ask that Reverend Robert Switz from Trinity Episcopal Church come up to the podium, please, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, our Heavenly Father, send down upon those who hold office in this city of Vero Beach, Florida, the spirit of wisdom, charity, and justice, that with steadfast purpose they may faithfully serve in their offices to promote the well-being of all thy people, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Councilwoman Moss, if you lead us in the pledge, please.
Please join me in honoring our great nation. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Call the Vero Beach City Council February 5th, 2019 meeting to order. Roll call, please, Tammy.
Dr. Zadans.
Here.
Colonel Young.
Here.
Councilwoman Moss.
Present.
Vice Mayor Sykes.
Present.
Mayor Howell.
Also present. Approval of last meeting's minutes. Any changes to the minutes?
I have none. I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. On to the agenda additions and deletions. I have a few changes, and let me mention those, and we'll see if anybody else has any ideas for changes as well. First, I would like to request that we move item 3A under the consent agenda, which has to do with Roll Palm Point Dock, to just under item 1C2, which is Live Like Coal Foundation. In other words, they would go first, and then item 3A. I would like to request that we have someone in the audience that would appreciate it if we could get this done quickly. If we could move our ordinances to essentially between number 3, the consent agenda, and number 4, city council matters, and just move the whole block to between those two on the agenda. And I think, Tammy, is that all we spoke about today?
We are going to remove one of the proclamations, number 4, 211 Awareness Week, and that will be heard at our next council meeting.
Which one was that, Tammy?
The 211 Awareness Week.
So we will eliminate number 4.
And I guess we might as well do all the Dodgertown at the same time.
I missed it because I don't have an agenda in front of me. Sorry. It's okay. What do you want? So you wanted to move 3A to where? After 2?
3A would be after 2, correct.
Okay. So just as long as you didn't go in front of the Live Like Coal one. Okay. And what was the other one?
And then ordinances, all of them, the whole block between 3 and 4, since they would become 4, and city council matters would become 5.
That'll come up in 5A, after the consent agenda.
I would just want to say, like, the Rotary Sun, can we just get all the non-controversial stuff done first before we get into anything that might have some controversy to it?
Well, yeah, the Rotary Sun will remain where it is.
Yeah, it'll be done.
Item 3A, I'd like to have moved up.
Which one was 3A?
3A is the Roll Palm Point Dock.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry.
Hopefully that's not a contentious.
No, I hope not.
Me too.
The work's been done.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
And beyond that, we're removing number 4 and the whole block of ordinances, and I think that does everything.
My guess is we'll end up discussing all of the Dodgertown matters at the same time. That's why I think the city manager has one. I had it down. It's down up front, so that'll probably happen, regardless.
I'd actually prefer just, I know there are some presentations that are related to the later things. Let's otherwise keep all those things in order for later. I mean, you can do the presentation, but I think when we move all the stuff forward, it tends to delay the length of the meeting. So if people have a talk that's longer that relates to a later item.
I agree.
I think we just keep the later item where it is. They can give their talk and then it'll move through a lot faster.
I agree.
Probably.
And I do have a question for Councilwoman Moss. Item J, I don't know if Nick Thomas is here, but does that item not need to be moved to presentation or to another area, or just?
Not for my purposes,
I know it's here.
no. It was just, it's a point of information.
Oh, okay, I see, okay. So, this is for you.
Oh, it's mine.
Does that suit everyone?
Yes.
It does, okay. So a motion, please.
Make a motion to approve the revisions to the agenda.
Great, I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Move on to proclamations and recognitions by the city. This one is in particularly very, I'm very honored about this one. This is a special tribute to some friends of the city, Dr. Steve Faherty, Len Herron, Amy Brunges, and our leader, if you will, Mr. Jim O'Connor, who will be retiring soon. And I have some keys to the city for them that I'd like to present. But first, I'd like to say that these individuals, the reason for the recognition is that these individuals have committed a large part of their life and their families' lives to the betterment of our community as a whole. Without these individuals, we would not have been able to sell the utility to FPL, which is going to keep $20 million a year in our county, and I think it's a great accomplishment, and I want them to get the recognition that they deserve. So if I could ask, I've never presented a key to the city. I know we have a big door somewhere that these fit, but if I could ask you to come to the podium, that would be fantastic, and if you have a few words, we'd appreciate it. That does include you, Mr. O'Connor. It does, oh yeah. Get down there.
Well, thank you. This is a tremendous honor for all of us, and it has been an incredible journey in the last 11 years. I remember my twins were 5 when they started, and they drive cars now. And I've gone gray, and Steve's lost all of his hair. Jim's hair has gone white, but Amy still looks the same.
Yeah.
So, thank you all. This is great. I mean, your council has been instrumental in doing this. This is one of the first councils that was ever completely unified, was able to join with the county and the shores and the FMPA to get this over the fence with the PSC. So, without you, it would not have happened. And there are just so many to thank in the community that did this. This has never been about just us. This has been about the community as a whole and the hundreds of people that have helped make this happen. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Herron.
To what Glenn has just said, I think it really is a reflection on the communities in the 3 different jurisdictions coming together and working together, as well as their governmental bodies and also the state legislature, and particularly the one who picked up on the idea in the beginning from when I made a presentation December 5th, 2007, was then Representative Stan Mayfield. His successor, his wife Debbie, picked it up as representative and also as senator. She's carried it through, as has Aaron Grohl. But I think it really reflects something, too, that Vero Beach can be Vero Beach, even with change. And we've changed it. We've downsized government. The people will have $20 million more a year in this community, which means an awful lot of things. So over the course of the years of getting responses back to the utility updates, I did get letters or emails back from people saying, I have a choice to make this summer between air conditioning or medicine for my family. They may not have that choice this year. They can get both. Again, thank you very much for all of your support. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Fader.
Wow, how many times have I stood up here before you in this spot? And this is like my desk. And to be here tonight, wow, it's kind Councilmember Moss said to me, "Welcome home." And when I walked in, and boy, that's what it felt like. And I have missed all of you so much, and I'm really humbled and very, very honored about this recognition, totally unexpected. It means a lot to me, and it means a lot to all of my colleagues back at FPL, the least of not which is Bart Getchins here with us tonight. And there are just so many people in this room. I mean, it was the ultimate team effort. And when everybody wants to get to yes, and for this a common goal, we were kind of in the trenches together. It was just awesome. So I appreciate it. I am still here for you. Bart is here for you. You are part of the FPL family, and FPL will be here a lot longer than I will. Glenn said his daughter's driving or whatever you said, and I've had 4 grandchildren since then, since we started this thing, and it's been a long journey. But thank you. Extremely humbled and honored, and just excited to see all of you. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Actually, I'm the junior player in this because it was 2011 when the city council gave me this opportunity to come forward and a task that they made very clear when I was hired what the goal was and how I had to make it happen in order to get, to be recognized as fulfilling my career, because I knew this was probably where I was going to stop and this is where I would retire, which is obviously what is happening here. We plan to stay in Vero, but this was a major challenge for me. I do appreciate that, because to fill out your career on a challenge like this is, from my standpoint, is very remarkable. And a name that sticks out to me is Pilar Turner. She really needs to get that recognition. She was the one that came up to me and said, I checked some of your background, and I think you can get the job done, and that's the reason you're going to get my vote. So I really appreciate it, and the City of Vero Beach has been really great. I know the electric rates are one of those divisive things we have, but it seems like we keep uncovering things that can charge us up around here, and that's just the nature of the community we live in. But I do appreciate the opportunity. I've enjoyed working with you guys, but for 7 years I've had a major change in council. Not one of you all were here when I was hired, but I do appreciate you keeping me on the opportunity to make this happen. But thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And thank you for mentioning Mrs. Turner. You're absolutely correct. Without Mrs. Turner being so strong and sticking with it, we wouldn't be here today. And I appreciate that recognition. And so with that, it's the City of Vero Beach, it's council's, it's our honor and our pleasure to present you all with a key to the city. And as I said, there's a door in the back that these fit. There you go. Congratulations. There we go. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Herron, thank you so much. Dr. Cleary. Thank you so much. Thank you. I know, it's much smaller. Come on, get in here. Let's go down this way.
Say, changing the current.
Changing the current. Good. Thank you all so much.
I just want to say, as like the newest person on the city council, I get to run the victory lap when I wasn't here all along, but I really do appreciate everything everyone did. It's awesome. Thank you.
It is great, and thank you for your participation on this board. We appreciate that.
I just want to throw a couple comments in there for Amy and all the folks that have been up here. I think Mr. Horan mentioned something a couple weeks ago about the FP&L sale. I got an MBA at William & Mary. This would be a phenomenal case study, okay, wouldn't it be? Because what was mentioned was not only the local effort, but the press effort from 32963, there you go, as well as the judicial effort, as well as the information effort. Every one of you played a inextricable, important role that would never have succeeded without it. And even my fellow colleague to my side with FMPA, thank you. And again, we are where we should be, and it's due to your credit. And I just want to personally say thank you all.
Absolutely.
Speaking of which, I'll thank FMPA, Mr. Jacob Williams. Dr. Faraday and I were speaking before the meeting, and we agreed it was a perfect storm, in effect, with new people coming in. So I think I'd like to extend a thank you to them as well.
So, as Glenn said, there really are too many people that were involved in this to mention, but I'm very humbled to have played a small part in giving this community what it asked for in the relief and the rates and those for our unrepresented ratepayers. And it's been a pleasure to work with everyone involved, and I want to thank FP&L and Glenn and Dr. Faraday and the county and City of Indian River Shores and really everyone. And Jim, it's been humbling to work with you, and I appreciate that, and the rest of my fellow council members. Learned a lot. Thank you all.
Absolutely. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, and thanks everybody for showing up. It's nice to see you all this evening. Next on the agenda, we have the presentation of a check from the Live Like Coal Foundation for the docks at Royal Palm Point.
Well, before I give you guys the check, I do want to congratulate you as the city council that did make the sale happen. And I think everybody should give you guys a big round of applause. And I'd like to congratulate the entire city of Vero Beach, because they are in much better shape now, in my humble opinion, as a physician and CEO of the Mental Health Association.
That's right.
Plug. Anyway.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you. The end of a long journey begins with that first grueling step. The middle, it's filled with the help of lots of friends, family, and a beautiful community that which we live in. In the end, it ends with sheer determination and will. And with this in mind, I'd like to thank a few people. Barry Siegel, who spearheaded the pier project and led us to help repair the docks at the Palm Point. I'd like to thank this entire city council, Mayor Howell, Vice Mayor Sykes, Councilwoman Moss, Councilman Young, and Councilman Zudans, as well as Tammy Bursick, Monty Falls, Rob Slezak, and of course, my real good friend who's about to embark on his own journey. Good luck with that, brother, and congratulations, Jim O'Connor.
Thank you, Dave.
I'd also like to thank members of my board. There are a couple of them out here. Tracy Zudans, my very, very good friend, Commissioner Joe Flesher back there, and Commissioner Bob Solari and his beautiful wife, Jackie. With that, I also would like to thank three sponsors who have sponsored this check, which we're about to give you, to help pay for the hurricane damage repairs and rename the docks at Royal Palm Point to the Live Like Coal docks at Royal Palm Point. First on the list is Robbie Brackett and the Brackett Family Foundation. Thank you for your large donation, Robbie. The Gene Atkinson Foundation. Gene Atkinson's a great man. He does a lot for our community. And also to Dale Sorensen Jr. of Dale Sorensen Real Estate. They are the sponsors of the Live Like Coal docks at Royal Palm Point, and you no longer have to listen to me because I'm about to give you a check for $58,352.50. Our portion.
You and your family and your foundation are true friends of the City of Vero Beach, and you've done so much for the community. Thank you.
Well, thank you guys very much for allowing us.
You guys hold on to it.
Mary Grace, come closer, baby. Come on, Joe, you gotta get me here too.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Awesome. Thanks so much.
There you go. Yes.
Very good.
There you go. Yeah.
Please do spend it all in one place on the dock.
Don't worry, the money's already been transferred.
My Happy Gilmore check.
Great game.
Great game. Okay, this is where we moved item 3A on the agenda. And thanks for coming, guys. Good to see you.
Bye-bye, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, ciao.
This is where we moved the 3A from the consent agenda. Royal Palm Point Dock Hurricane Irma Repair Bid 070-18/JO. And
This is the final payment for the repair of that dock. It's $31,725. The work obviously has already been done, and you see the reimbursement. We've also filed a claim with FEMA.
And you're just looking for a vote of approval?
A vote of approval to make this payment.
Motion for approval.
Second.
Great. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. Moving on to Rotary Sunrise Days, February 15th and 16th, 2019. Have anybody here representing Rotary for that?
Come on.
All right, come on up. We've got quite a group. Good. Tracy.
What are we doing here?
Who's going to speak?
Yeah, who's the ceremonial?
Yeah, where's the president?
Linda, please come up to the podium.
Depends on how many keys in the city.
I'm all out for the rest of the meeting.
So I happen to be a lowly member of this prestigious club, so I get to read the proclamation.
Absolutely.
As well as your city attorney.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes, that's true.
That's right.
Proclamation. Whereas Rotary International, founded on February 23, 1905 in Chicago, Illinois, USA, is the world's first and one of the largest nonprofit service organizations with 1.2 million members and over 31,000 clubs in more than 165 countries. And whereas the Rotary Club of Vero Beach Sunrise is the largest Rotary Club between Titusville and Fort Lauderdale, composed of nearly 100 members representing many small businesses and corporations throughout the city of Vero Beach, and whereas Friday, February 15th, 2019 will be the 30th anniversary of the founding of the Rotary Club of Vero Beach Sunrise, and whereas the club each year raised funds through its signature fundraiser of the Florida Craft Brew and Wing Fest, taking place at the city's Royal Palm Point Linear Park on Saturday, February 17th, and investing much of the proceeds back into local charities and humanitarian projects. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Vero Beach, Florida, does hereby proclaim February 15th and 16th, 2019 as Rotary Sunrise Days within the City of Vero Beach.
Thank you. I didn't realize I was going to be speaking. But as the president of the club, we thank you for this honor, and we are very proud of our club, 30 years and going strong. We're up to 90 members now, and we do a lot of good in this community, and we are excited to be recognized. So thank you very much.
And thank you all for all your service to the community.
And we meet every Wednesday at 7 a.m. at the River House.
Yes, at the River House, 7 o'clock Wednesday mornings. Anything else?
Yeah. Let's get a group photo.
Are there any tickets left?
There's VIP tickets.
This Friday, what time?
6:30 to 9.
6:30 to 9 at Walking Tree Brewery is the VIP party. You do need tickets in advance if you want to attend. Linda.
Rush the stage. There we go. Yeah, you got to do it. There you go.
They are. Thank you.
Thanks. Yes. Awesome.
Thanks.
There we go. There we go. All right. One.
I hear it.
Okay.
Thank you, Rob.
Rob, did you get my good side? Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you so much. Good to see you. Thank you.
We recognize that Kira's in our club too.
That's right.
There you go.
Nice to see you.
There you go. Remember Wednesday.
Congratulations.
See you tomorrow, Val.
Yep, see you tomorrow.
That's all right. All right, moving on. Going into presentations, Mr. County Administrator, Mr. Jason Brown is here to speak about Dodgertown Golf Course property. This is sponsored by Council Member Tony Young.
We eliminated 211, is that the one?
Yes, sir, we did. Yes, sir. Number 4 is eliminated. All right. Commissioner Fletcher, how are you today, sir? It's great to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, distinguished council members, Madam Clerk, our administrator, and our attorney. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you. And the updated version of the possibility of a great transaction that can occur between the county and the city for the betterment of the citizens, all citizens that we work for collectively, that you work for, that our team works for. This is the most important element of currency exchange that I could think about, other than the one that you just noted about some keys to the city. And this may have been Amy Brunges' desk for many years, but I want you to know this is important to me and to our commission and to you, because this is the first time I've ever stood before the council at any time in 12 years. And watching the proposals and watching the remarks and the comments, I kept thinking, there's got to be more. And it was a time when I was on a trolley ride. I was on the Centennial Trolley. And when we were riding on that trolley, I should have wore the hat and the dark glasses, but it didn't help. When we got to historic Dodgertown, there was a lot of question. And I was put on the spot to talk about it a little bit. And I wish that you all were on that trolley to hear what was said about historic Dodgertown and the future of Vero Beach and Indian River County and the golf course, the former golf course, and the history, because after all, we were riding around and looking at the history, where we've been and where we're going. And I reached out to some of you during that time, and I let you know that I was working on something to bring to our commission. And I reached out. I want to also thank Colonel Young. I reached out. When I reached out to him, he was so receptive and said, I'd like to come and talk. And I'm very grateful for that, because I think that hearing some of the objections and the hurdles, albeit I could not address them all, I was hoping to get your support unilaterally, because our offer got our support unilaterally for the greater good of the citizens, all of our citizens. And I think it was a fine moment when Colonel Young had talked a little bit and said he'd like to meet with the county administrator as well. And we exchanged some information that I think made this offer a better offer that we can all digest. So with that, without further ado, I'd like to bring on Jason Brown to present the offer.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brown.
Good evening. Good afternoon, Mayor Howe. Good afternoon, City Council. Thank you for having us today. This has been a great City Council meeting. Some great things that you guys have had to celebrate with the FPL deal, the Live Like Coal. Some really good things happening in the city. I don't know we can quite measure up to those things, but I think we have a good offer here from the county that I think will benefit the city and the county and the community, most importantly. importantly. So, and thank you to Councilman Young for sponsoring us today. Also, thank you to Councilman Young for talking to us, keeping the discussion going. I think what we have before you today is a slightly revised offer from what we presented before, and I think it's targeted at addressing some of those concerns that I think Councilman Young had and others have had on this. I think one of those questions was, well, what happens if MLB goes away? First off, we're going to make sure MLB is here. I think they're committed. They're over there working. We have a 10-year initial term, and it's a 25-year deal. I think they're going to be here that 25 years, and they're going to do great things over there. But to the extent that that deal could be done after the first 10-year time period, there was a question of, well, what happens then? And the city wanted to have some measure of control over what happened. So what we have, the first change we have made addresses that, and that is the county would provide a right of first refusal to the city in the event that the MLB lease was terminated, so that the city could acquire the property back at a fair market value based on appraisals. So that gets rid of that question mark. The city can maintain control of the property should something happen with Major League Baseball. We also increased the offer price from $2.4 million to $2,450,000. That now exceeds the prior high offer that the city had from another party. We have maintained the additional deal components of the prior deal, one of which is the planting of additional trees along 43rd Avenue. We think that's important to make sure it's got kind of a boulevard look when that widening project happens, and to make sure that what you have is a park-like setting there. You've got a nice place where people want to be and spend time. It's not just going to be an open field next to a busy road. Next, the county commits to constructing a walking, jogging trail on the property, and in a manner that's similar to what's shown in the draft conceptual plan, which I think you guys have a copy of. If not, I've got those. We can hand those out to you if you'd like a copy of that. And so what I think this basically does is, there it is. So you can see the walking trail in purple that would go around the property, a couple of cut-throughs, some additional things that could be done with the property in the future, potentially a stormwater project. We have had early discussions that, there could be some other things with a potential history museum or something like that there as we go down the road. But the parameters of this deal, I think, present a win-win-win, not to borrow a term that the paper used, in that the county, I think, fulfills that original mission. If you go back to when the city acquired the property, I think a lot of the concern was to have that open space protected. I think what this does, this deal, provides reimbursement to the city for a portion of the cost, but it also commits the county to providing not just a grass field, but something that is more, something that is going to be a nice open park-like setting there that I think will benefit this city and will benefit the county, and most importantly, what we all work for, what we all have in common. The city represents the city taxpayers, the county represents the taxpayers, which include the city taxpayers and citizens, and we're all working for the public and the citizens. We think this is going to be something that benefits everyone, the city, the county, and the community. So with that, I'll stop talking. I know you've got a lot of business to do, and we are here if you have any questions. We've got Dylan Reingold, County Attorney, if there are legal questions. Got Assistant County Administrator Mike Zito. Got a couple other commissioners and spouses and everything if we need any more help. So we've got a big cast with us. I think it shows the importance of this issue to the county, and so.
Mr. Brown, the changes that you speak of are what?
So the new thing, there's two new items. One is a right of first refusal is granted to the city to be able to purchase the property back should the MLB lease go away. I think there was some concern before that, well, what happens, the county's going to come in here and do some things, but what happens if in 10 years Major League Baseball says, it didn't work out, we're going, then there was an open-ended question. So what this does is it provides a right of first refusal where the city could purchase the property back from the county at fair market value based on an appraisal, and it gives the city control of its destiny. It wouldn't be a situation where the county could do whatever with it, something that wouldn't please the city. The city would have that control. The other thing is the offer price is up $50,000 from before. We're at $2.4 million. If you remember, there was a $2,430,000 offer, I think, back in October. We felt it was fair and appropriate to at least match that and exceed that somewhat. So it's $2,450,000 is the revised dollar amount.
And so no other parameters have changed from our last meeting?
Correct.
Is what I understand.
Everything else is the same. Two things that I think improve the deal. But everything else, all of the positive things, the walking trail, the trees, the restriction on the property that we're going to keep it as open space conservation during the MLB lease is still there. All of that stuff is the same. We've only made the minor changes. We also have, I think in your backup is the contract. We've worked with city staff to revise the contract from that we had initially presented a little while back to make it reflect all of these changes, including the right of first refusal.
Okay, and thank you for that update. We discussed this in depth at the last meeting, and I'm satisfied with, actually more satisfied today with the terms than I was last meeting. Of course, I voted for this at the last meeting, and I would, we'll have more discussion about this. I'm going to go ahead and put the motion on the table that we accept this offer from the county, and we'll continue our discussions, but my motion's on the floor.
I'll second that.
And we would require any questions. Does anybody have any questions of the county? And then we have to have public comment for
I'd like
final vote.
Yes, I have questions.
I'd like to say something very quickly here. First of all, I want to share my appreciation, first of all, with Mayor Howe and Vice Mayor Sykes for their advocacy of the Dodgertown deal. I understand that your advocacy has been very instrumental in making this possible. So that's the first thing. Second thing, I want to express my appreciation for Commissioner Solari for all the effort he has placed into making this initiative so promising. Because if you look at the deal and you look at what has been committed by the county, it will be a far better asset to our community than it is at this point. Also, I want to say my thanks to Elma Lee and Ruth Stanbridge. They're champions for our heritage, and that work will pay dividends, and it has already paid dividends, because if you've seen in the press, the historic Dodgertown is now a part of the National Civil Rights Trail. So that's something that brings national merit to it. Also, I think it's important to thank Commissioner Flesher. He helped, along with Jason, find a way ahead for me because, as everybody here knows, I was not convinced at the last meeting that we could confidently retain the character of that should something go awry, and now we have a fallback position. On the 22nd of January, for everybody's edification, I had the opportunity to go to the County Commission meeting, and there I expressed my appreciation for the commissioners because I was disappointed in our last city council meeting with some of the rhetoric that was there, and I felt it was important for the commissioners, Peter, Bob, to understand that I understood the support that they wanted to have for our community. And like has been mentioned earlier, we've got a common goal to serve our community to the best of our ability. And Vero is Indian River County, and Indian River County is Vero Beach. And our relationship is not a zero-sum game. The benefit of one should not come at the cost of another. I was advised by a very strong supporter to speak, and I think that's appropriate. And my objectives for Dodgertown has remained the same: to control the destiny of the property, to complete the Dodgertown complex, to sustain green space and the recreational intent, and to honor the historic civil rights significance of the area, as well as to provide revenue for Vero Beach. The proposed revisions that have been discussed, the first right of refusal and the additional $50K, address my concerns, and my hope is that the council will approve the offer. And in conclusion, to some that advise me that I will be disappointed upon the execution of this, I say that trust begins with an expectation of mutual regard, and I believe together we and the community is in a better place. Thank you.
Well said.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Councilman Young.
May I follow up on that? Okay.
Are we going to address all this?
Yeah. I was going to make a general statement, then I have specific questions. Do you have specific questions?
No, I was going to save my stuff for when we actually address it, but.
Okay. Well, as a general statement and as a follow-up, to control the destiny of the land, the best way to do that is to control the land. The city does right now. We don't need to sell the land. We do not need to do that. And I am against selling the land. At this point, everyone can count to 3. Mr. Young successfully has undermined the authority and the bargaining power of both your city manager and the city council by announcing publicly how he intended to vote on this matter. And the city manager did not support that number of an extra $50,000. The city manager was not part of that negotiation and did not support that. But with the bargaining power now undermined, where that leaves us, I can't say. I find it a bit ironic because while we've been worried about keeping Vero, now we're not even keeping Vero. We're selling it. We're selling the city. I don't view the city as an old car that you sell for parts, but I guess some do. And that's what we're doing. We're selling the city. And we don't need to sell the city. We don't need to. We just don't. In fact, by the way, I don't think you can do this first legally, and because if anybody read their contract, I did, it has to be free of encumbrances, so you actually have to pay off the debt. You have to vote on the debt first before you vote on this. Think about that while I continue. But anyway, because right now that property's encumbered, and their contract requires that it be unencumbered, for those who are not aware of that. If we pay off the debt, should we vote to pay off the debt, you, the city, you will have, including the debt, you will have paid approximately $14 million. That's since 2005. The city will have paid $14 million, including the debt service. The county will have paid $2.5 million, and the county will own it. Your land is gone. Your land becomes their land. I love the county, but the city and the county are not the same thing. We are city council. Our responsibility is to you, to the city. That's our first responsibility, especially our fiscal responsibility. And I think it's unconscionable to consider this, and it's even worse that this was done without the city manager being part of this negotiation. I find that just hard to believe. At any rate, with regard to specific questions, we're not controlling our destiny here. This has to do with the agreement. May I ask a few specific questions? I'm looking at page 1, the whereas. MLB has stated that 2 of the concerns with the historic Dodgertown parcel are parking, and here's where you need to pay attention, the future need for additional office space and/or hotel rooms near the property. Okay, so that's in here. So you can have hotel rooms. This is what we're voting on, all right? Here are your hotel rooms, office space. This is what we didn't want, right? This is what we said we didn't want. We were pretty clear about that on a number of occasions, but it's in here, folks. It's in here. Let's continue. This is page 3, 3.4. All right, this is where we are. And and we're talking about deed restrictions. As a further restriction to be recorded with the deed, for so long as the amended and restated facility lease agreement for the Dodgertown property is in effect, the property will be used for passive recreation, environmental projects, or, guess what? Yep, pay attention now. Activities that are ancillary to and consistent with the use of the Dodgertown property by Verotown LLC. So whatever that business decides to do with that property is what can happen. And this is exactly what we said we didn't want. We wanted the people to decide how this be used, not a company. This is what this means. You're giving it to a company. I know there's been a lot of kumbaya, you know, so we're selling the city under the guise of kumbaya and selling it cheaply based on this. But kumbaya is great, but not at any cost. And it's your cost. You will be the ones paying the bill on that. So could you please address that? I mean, can this be stricken? Can you take that language out of this?
Councilwoman Moss, I'm not aware of any encumbrances on the property. Would you indulge me in
That's the debt service?
We did not pledge the property. That was a loan that was taken, but it did not pledge the property, so that's not an encumbrance on the property itself.
Okay, because their contract, which is quite lengthy, says that it's to be free and clear. So it's considered free and clear.
Yeah, that loan is independent.
Okay. Thank you. Would you like to, can we address those questions?
Mr. Brown, or Mr. Reingold?
Good evening, Dylan Reingold, County Attorney, Indian River County. I've just been talking with Mr. Brown, and we'd be happy to strike the whereas clause that says MLB has stated that the two concerns with historic Dodgertown parcel are parking and the future need for additional office space and or hotel rooms near the property. We'd be happy to strike that section out of the whereas clause.
And 3.4?
Well, 3.4 is critical because what we've promised the city is that we were going to utilize the property for passive recreation, for environmental projects and activities that were ancillary to and consistent with the use of Dodgertown property. I think we've always contemplated that that's what we'd be doing during the time that MLB or Verotown LLC would be utilizing the property.
Well, we don't know what that is. Ancillary and consistent with the use of Dodgertown by a company could be, what could that be?
We're owning it. What we were trying to do is make sure that if Dodgertown needed to expand a little bit or if we needed to utilize some of this piece of property to be consistent with the rest of what was happening at Dodgertown, we'd be able to utilize it in such a manner.
Would you explain, please, what Verotown is, Verotown LLC? And by the way, did MLB step in as the partner? I think I read that MLB was going to step in place of Verotown, or they were, you can explain
So Verotown LLC is actually the entity that we do have the amended and restated agreement with. I know that Jason and Michael can talk more to the details of MLB's involvement in there, but that is actually the legal entity that we have that agreement with.
And who owns Verotown LLC?
I don't know the details to the Vero Beach.
Because we don't really know with whom we're dealing.
So Verotown LLC is the organization that has run Dodgertown since Mr. O'Malley became involved, I think, in 2011. And Major League Baseball acquired wholly Verotown LLC from Mr. O'Malley and the other partners on January 2nd, 2019. So Major League Baseball wholly owns Verotown LLC now.
Okay. My other questions have to do with tourist tax, because I saw that you rewrote the tourist tax ordinance, and specifically, and by the way, I don't know, what portion of Fund 204 comes from District 1, comes from us to you? How much are we paying? We're already paying. For those who are not familiar, Fund 204, that spring training facility, it's 1% or 1 cent, as they like to say sometimes, of the tourist tax. The tourist tax comes from us. In most cases, we contribute, and by us, I mean the City of Vero Beach. We're District 1. There are 2 districts. District 1 is the City of Vero Beach. District 2 is everything else. So that comes from us, and that's for the spring training facility. So we've been paying part of the debt on this for years. If we had been able to pay part of our own debt on the Dodgertown property that we owned, we'd be in a lot better shape.
I don't want to agree or disagree with that statement. I do want to know how that's relevant to the approval of the sale.
Because they're funding this with tourist tax, so it's something that should be discussed. We should understand that. They're funding it with tourist tax. So I would like to know what the tourist tax with Fund 204, how much of that comes from District 1. I've already submitted the question to Jeff Smith. I haven't received an answer yet.
I don't know if it's clear, the nature of your question about the funding, whether you're objecting to where the money's coming from, or if Vero Beach is getting their fair share. Is that, I just want clarification.
It's a very simple question. How much of Fund 204 comes from us? Dollar amount, that's it.
Jason? Do you have the number?
So, just to be clear, we're not purchasing this facility with 204 funds.
But you'll be funding it for the next 10 years that way with tourist tax.
No, Fund 204 was set up to pay the debt service on Dodgertown when it was first acquired by the county, with participation from the city in 2001.
Well, that's, in summary, and actually this is your memorandum dated December 10th with regard to historic Dodgertown facility lease agreement, looking at page 5. And it says here that this situation requires a change to county code to allow the 4th cent of the tourist tax, and that's Fund 204, to be expended to, quotes, promote and advertise tourism in the state of Florida nationally and internationally. Then I'm going to drop to the last sentence. The 4th cent would then be used to fund traditional tourism promotion activities, and this is where it gets complicated, pay attention now, one of the first 2 cents would be used to fund Dodgertown facility needs, and then in parentheses it says essentially swapping the 4th cent for the 1st cent. Yes, this is the kind of stuff that goes on. This is, yes, and this is your memorandum. I didn't come up with this.
So to that point, so the financing plan for this involved us paying off a portion of the debt service when the county acquired Dodgertown, which was secured by, among other things, some half-cent sales tax from the county, $500,000 a year from the state, and the 4th penny of the tourist tax. Part of this financing plan is we're paying off the amount secured by the 4th penny of the tourist tax. So we're partially paying that down. We're taking that 4th penny and using it to fund a portion of our responsibility under the new lease.
Because in the ordinance, the new one, this is the new tax, which I assume passed. It was on your agenda.
Yes.
Did that pass? That passed. Okay.
January.
And if it wasn't changed, I'm looking at page 3 of it. It says at the bottom, it says up to 50% of the revenues to be derived from the tourist development tax levied pursuant to sections 210.01B and C of this chapter shall be pledged to secure and liquidate revenue bonds issued by the county, which I guess is what you're talking about. So you're using that money to pay off, it says it right here, revenue bonds issued by the county for the purposes set forth in section A4 of this section. So that's one part of it. And then it says up to 1/2 of the remaining revenue derived from the tourist development tax levy pursuant to sections 210.01B and C of this chapter may be pledged to secure and liquidate revenue bonds issued by the county for the purposes set forth in section A1. But it seems to me then that adds up to, so if you're using half, up to 50% of the revenues, that's about 1.5.
No.
And then, no, what is it then?
So what we're doing is taking that one penny of the 4 cents of tourist tax that we levy that was previously used to cover the debt service. We're able to pay that off, and we're taking those funds and using them to fulfill part of our responsibility for the new agreement with Vero Town, with Major League Baseball. We're also using county 1 cent sales tax dollars too, if that's helpful.
Because this might even be a legal question, but according to Florida statutes, and we all know this one, 125.0104, this refers to organizations that are exempt from federal taxation. You can use tourist tax for that kind of thing. Is Vero Town LLC, is that a tax exempt organization? Because you're throwing a lot of tourist tax at this.
Right, it is a tax exempt organization.
So they are tax exempt.
That's my understanding.
Okay, just want to be sure about that too.
I'm sure they've done their homework and, figured out if those taxes are applicable. Look,
I'm not for or against what you're saying, but that doesn't sound right. A for-profit corporation with millions of dollars, they can have a separate. Is it a separate not-for-profit corporation that they're affiliated with, or is it? You said earlier that it was wholly owned subsidiary of Major League Baseball. So which is it?
So Vero Town LLC has been a nonprofit, is my understanding, since Mr. O'Malley formed it in 2011. Dodger Town has acquired the ownership of that organization.
You mean Major League Baseball?
I'm sorry, Major League Baseball. Yes, I misspoke.
Okay. So, if that's true.
So Major League Baseball is not tax exempt.
No, they're a highly profitable for-profit corporation.
Who's the legal entity?
But there may be, just because you're a for-profit doesn't mean you can't have non-profit affiliates that are doing, as long as you have a non-profit mission that's for the public good. So I guess is that what you're saying that that is?
That's my assumption.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, we can all count here, and I think rather than belabor the entire day, if we could move on to public comment on this matter, I'll entertain that now.
Well, did you want to speak, Councilman?
Did you?
We can do public comment. I thought we were following the agenda order that we talked about earlier, that we were going to have the presentation at the beginning, and then when it came up on the agenda, we were going to actually address it. That's what we had discussed earlier when we were talking about the agenda.
So you want to address it now?
So I just want to go through our agenda, and when it comes time on the agenda to actually vote on it, we can vote on it.
Well, I've got a motion on the floor now.
I think they want to vote on it now.
If you want.
All right. Well, we can take public comment. I have a comment. You can go before or after public comment. Public comment's fine with me. Or I can make my comment.
Go ahead.
All right. So, city councils in the past have had the opportunity to make important decisions. Unfortunately, this institution has a poor history of making sound financial decisions. The worst ever was probably the FMPA power purchase agreement, where the city council previously felt competent to make a $2 billion deal amounting to $100 million a year for 20 years. That deal ended up costing our city over $100 million when we finally got out of the electric business. Equally bad decision was the one made almost 100 years ago to buy the privately held Vero Electric and get in to the government electric business in the first place. The cost of that decision easily exceeds the $100 million of the FMPA deal for citizens. Ranking 3 is likely the $9.9 million purchase of the Dodgertown Golf Course, which under duress from a pending sale to a developer, the city massively overpaid while the developer reportedly laughed all the way to the bank. After serving as a vacant lot with $600,000 plus mortgage payment for years and years and years, there's finally an opportunity to do something with the lot. I understand the position of my fellow city council members, and I will honestly say that I'm happy to see it out of our city government, independent of whether it is sold to the county or to a developer. I personally would have preferred it in the private sector, but in a sense, it will be utilized by Major League Baseball, a private non-profit business, or for-profit business, so I can live with that. And If tonight we as a council decide to not further negotiate, I personally will vote for selling this entity to the county. But my concern is that the negotiation was totally botched. Our responsibility as city council members is to look out for the best interests of our city. Our negotiating position with the county could not have been better. First, we had 10 years and 7 months to work out a fair deal. There was absolutely no rush. Second, the lease was already signed between the county and Major League Baseball, so there was zero risk that negotiating the price of the sale to the county would threaten the deal. Third, in order for the county to fill the terms of this lease, they were required to find event parking, not the city. The city had every bit of leverage to negotiate favorable terms and as much time as necessary to do so. The county had an appraisal in hand for $3.2 million from September of 2018 for the property that they were offering us $2.4 million for. Tony Young voted no, as I did 3 weeks ago, because we wanted a more favorable deal for the city. And both before and after the vote 3 weeks ago, our city manager was interacting with the county administrator, attempting to negotiate a more favorable deal with the county closer to the appraised value. A week later, Councilman Young announced that he would change his vote to yes for an increased value of $50,000. It is my understanding that this reversal was done before speaking with our city manager, totally undermining his attempts to negotiate a better deal. Part of the new offer also included a right of first refusal. This may sound good until the details are understood. The $2.45 million offer was $750,000 below the appraised value. The terms for the right of first refusal tied the city to repurchase the property at the future appraised value. That is zero risk to the county, and amazingly may permit some future city council to sink another $750,000 plus into the Dodgetown Golf Course money pit. If the county plans to sell to some developer, the city council, some future city council does not approve. It is important, in my opinion, for a city council member to negotiate to not negotiate terms, especially very unfavorable ones, without involving the city manager. This could have gone much, much better on the sales price, right of first refusal, and the potential to work together on a bed tax money project that was mutually beneficial. Instead, a candidate for office used our negotiating leverage, our city's negotiating leverage, for whatever reason, weeks before an election. That is unfortunate. The right thing to do would be to continue the negotiations between the county administrator and city manager and minimize the freelancing. It would be better if Councilman Young withdrew his support and decided to continue the negotiation between our city manager and our county administrator to find something that truly was win-win-win for everybody. And I would ask if that's something you would consider doing.
I would ask as well. Thank you.
I believe that the terms of the deal that have been presented should be supported. I've said that previously. I stick to it this evening, and I think that the comments that I've made about having faith in the county to do what they've said they will do in regards to Dodgetown is something that I can have faith in. And if you want to say it's poor negotiations, I feel that the deal that is there is something that supports the community across the board and brings the community what we've wanted, and while protecting the green space and protecting the recreational aspect as the other objectives that I had. The objectives that I had have been met in the deal, and I think they're sufficient.
It's not a matter of faith. It's a business deal, and the city manager should have been involved.
My feelings are that in the discussions for the city council, the offer that was provided to the city, if there was a matter that was so inordinate that the city manager would have raised that to my attention, and that was not the case. And I did not intentionally undermine anybody, and I feel very comfortably that I have a very good working relationship with the city manager, and had the city manager felt that I had undermined him, he would have had the opportunity to share that with me, and that was not the case.
Well, you made everything public before. He was out of town that weekend. You're busy making everything public, talking to every newspaper.
It's his right to do so.
Attending the county commission meeting.
So let's not squabble about it. You've said your piece.
Councilman Zudan's made some very good points. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. Is that all from council at this time?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. Public comment.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Phyllis Fry, resident of the City of Vero Beach. With respect to the Indian River County's contract offer to purchase the city's 35.24-acre parcel of Dodgertown, I submit the following, and thank you, Councilwoman Moss and Councilman Zudans, for your very important comments. Nowhere is there included in the contract a legal commitment between the county and MLB. What the contract does say is that the county has been contacted. Nothing has been signed by MLB, quote, whereas with an eye toward expansion of baseball and other sports for financially disadvantaged youths, end quote, there's no contractual commitment between the county and MLB that I'm aware of. So what the contract does state is, quote, whereas two of the concerns, as previously discussed with the historic Dodgertown parcel, are parking and the future need for additional office space or hotel rooms near the property, end quote. Agreed to strike that. But these obviously were the primary objectives as stated in the contract, aside from a below-market value purchase price, where the city paid $9.9 million for the express purpose of preserving it for green space. There's talk by the county and some nice pictures about green space, but again, absolutely nothing in the contract to guarantee this. Current zoning laws allow for commercial development, commercial amusements, restaurants, and recreation. What is the actual intent of the county for this land? As Commissioner Tim Zork stated, quote, we have under land uses is lodging, restaurants, and commercial uses to support Dodgertown. It could be built out extensively, very similar to the other plan being what the developer was offering at the time. So there's absolutely nothing in the contract or in zoning codes to prevent this area from becoming what the developers would like. Allow me to share a different proposal, one that would bridge the gap between the city and the county and become a win for the city, the county, MLB, and the taxpaying community. With the FPL windfall profit, the city would pay off the debt and relieve the taxpayer from the $600,000 annual burden, include the property in the city charter to protect it, to protect the land from increased building heights and high-density commercial development under city codes that would guarantee designated parklands. The city should lease, not sell the land to the county, and include parking privileges. The county would save the $2.45 million. Instead of being used as leverage, the city would be part of any further negotiations with MLB. The city would be part of creating an economic engine on city-owned land for disadvantaged youths. The city, the community, the county, and MLB could work cooperatively together toward this goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fry.
Well, I think everybody's listening tonight. Arthur Economy, Indian River Drive East. The citizens of Vero Beach spoke at the last Park and Recreation meeting. They want more parks and green space. Dodgertown Golf Course can be added to the green space, and it can serve to help clean our polluted lagoon, our most economically relevant park. The importance of addressing our lagoon was made apparent to council members who attended the Clean Water Coalition of Indian River County meeting. Based on the proven findings and impact to our health and economy, no opportunity, large or small, to cleanse the lagoon should be ignored. We can address this issue and partner with the county to help Major League Baseball at Dodgertown succeed without selling the property. Selling Dodgertown Golf Course to the county is the worst possible decision for many reasons. We are panicking and considering selling it below market value. All options have not been vetted, including public participation and input. The city takes an $11.5 million loss. The city has no control or guarantees that a green space will be created and that it is beneficial and widely accessible to the public. It's not in the contract. What is in the contract, and I quote, "For as long as the amended and related facility lease agreement for Dodgertown property is in effect, the property will be used for passive recreation, environmental projects or activities that are ancillary to and consistent with the use of the Dodgertown property by Verotown LLC. Nowhere in the contract is there a description of properly designing and applying a water cleansing park off the main relief canal, and their public access and use is non-committal. The county is not offering to expand public access or incorporate more water filtration into existing Dodgertown. The contract further offers the city right of first refusal. At what price? If the land is appraised at $10 million, then the county can ask for fair market value and negotiate from there. At the last meeting, Councilman Young said he wants to work with the county, but before making a judgment, wants to make sure all things are taken into consideration. There are a lot of negotiations needed to mutually benefit both the city and the county in regards to green space, improving the water quality in the lagoon, public use, and parking for Dodgertown. The monetary investment alone dictates a carefully negotiated agreement to avoid a $11.5 million loss. The value to our community and the lagoon makes this a monumental decision. Councilman Young made an excellent point when he stated the city needs to be a good steward of our economic resources, retain control of the property, and enter into a lease agreement with the county to support their parking issue. So please, stay the course. Start negotiations with the county that are mutual, fair, and beneficial to all and our lagoon, such as shared parking revenue, a water cleansing park, a green space that has multifunctional community access and use that involves all of Dodgertown. If the county wants to spend $2.4 million for good order in the community and spirit of collaboration, then they should lease this property and go to work on improving this site for the community and for our lagoon. Please do not make another decision that costs the taxpayers millions of dollars. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conley.
Thank you.
Evening, Emily.
Good afternoon, Mayor Howell and members of the City Council. I am Alma Lee Loy, longtime resident of Vero Beach. I had really not planned to speak this afternoon. However, I am so excited to be a part of the anticipated conclusion of a project that is right for the right reasons. The Dodgertown proposal gives both governing bodies, the city and the county, the opportunity to show we are different. We do things with the wishes of our people as a top priority. We brought Major League Baseball, as we said. We have additional creditable plans for an A-plus baseball layout to be available to all of our citizens. Just today, I received a copy of an article, New York Times, 1/31/19, which indicates the Dodgers are inviting all of their friends for summer camp to Vero Beach, Florida. I am so thrilled to know my legacy in this community is being culminated as I observe my governing bodies doing the right thing for our future generations. Thank you to each of you for your kind attention and your loyal support. Thank you.
Thank you, Alma. Do you have any other public comment on the matter this evening?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Joseph Paladin, President of Black Swan Consulting. I'm a resident here in Indian River County. I've been a developer and a businessman here for over 20 years. I've spoke on this in the past, so I'm not going to reiterate things I've said before. But I support this project 100%. I think the county and the city working together is such a strong relationship. It makes both entities stronger. And I think this is a positive thing for the county, the city, and all the people that live in the area in Indian River County. And I think it's going to bring a lot of attention and a lot of promise back to the area, and I think it's going to go on and even be better in the future. So I strongly support this project, and I think you should approve it and move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, council members. I'm Dan Stump, live in the city at 615 Camellia Lane. Like Mrs. Loy, I wasn't planning on speaking here tonight, but I've heard some disturbing comments by the council as a whole, and this transaction just doesn't smell good to me. I'm a member of the City Finance Commission, and as such, my primary concern, excuse me, is protecting the tax base of the property owners in this city, and I don't think this transaction does it. And I've tried to stay up to date and understanding. It's very difficult. But I wasn't aware of that up until this meeting tonight, that the city manager wasn't involved. At least that's my understanding from listening to some of your comments. He wasn't really involved in all the negotiations. That somehow there were a couple of jumps or whatever, hoops that were made that really put this on fast forward. I know I've spoken with some of you individually, and in the past you weren't sure on what vote to take on this. I know there's been some change of votes, and I'm really concerned about one council member stating tonight wonderful reasons, very sound, good, intelligent reasons why the city should not vote for this to purchase the land, and yet he says he's going to vote to purchase the land. I mean, you wouldn't think of doing any other transaction this way. You certainly didn't take this approach with the sale of Vero Electric. There wasn't one issue involved in that sale that the city manager wasn't involved in. And that's the way it should have been. But tonight you seem willing to go ahead, at least a majority of you, and purchase this property without following that procedure. And I just don't understand that. as far as some of these concerns that some members, some individuals have made that, we have to keep Vero Vero, and we may not keep Vero Vero if we don't keep this land, and, I think that's a wrong approach. I think that's a poor analysis. Your concern isn't keeping Vero Vero. In my opinion, as the major function, the major purpose of the city council is to protect the tax base, protect the tax base of the property owner, the people who pay the bills. This transaction doesn't do it. People come up here. I know there's been some pressure put on the city council by some of the county commissioners. I understand that. There's too much government in this area, but it's the way it is. And you can say there are certain benefits in this agreement. I know Ms. Moss is complaining about it. I think a couple of others of you are complaining about it. And there might be some benefits, but one benefit you don't see in this transaction, there's nothing about the tax base for the Vero Beach property owners. If this transaction goes through, that's gone. You're going to get, I don't know, $2.5 million or whatever it is. What about the future years that's going to go on? There's nothing coming into the city if this property is sold. So another thing I'd like to just emphasize is, as you all are aware, there's an election this month. I think it's 3 weeks away. What's wrong with putting this on hold for a month? There might be a change in attitude with this new city council. I don't know, but anything's possible in the city of Vero Beach. What's wrong with just some of you? You don't look like you're a very confident group in going ahead with this transaction. What's wrong with delaying it for 30 days? Get a new city council up here. Let them do a proper analysis. Bring in the city manager, whoever that person's going to be. And start over, That's what I would suggest you do, and I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you, Mr. Scott.
I can wait. You want me to wait?
Thank you.
Just to play devil's advocate while we wait on tax base, just a comment about that last comment with tax base. There are things beyond, and I'm sympathetic to what you're saying, but there are things like Dodgertown contributes to our tax base, but not necessarily in the direct sense. But there is a lot of businesses brought to our community by that. Same could be said by Cleveland Clinic, which is outside the city limits, but it's in our community, and it's going to bring a great deal to our community without directly contributing to taxes. People are going to move here. Property values are going to raise because of that. And so there is an argument on the other side with just because you're not on the tax base does not necessarily mean that you're not contributing to the economic impact of our community.
Good evening, City Council. I am Ken Daig, and I live in Osceola Park. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue. Active Major League Baseball in our county is great news for many folks. Their hope is that this is a lasting partnership. This has the possibility of being a home run for all of us. The county is doing what it sees as best for itself and this arrangement. The city needs to do the same. Using the present agreement as a roadmap, there are a few concerns. There is no guarantee that in 5 to 10 years, those who are in office on the City Council or the County Commission will still be in office. Nowhere in this agreement does it state that green space will be kept for public use in perpetuity. This needs to be clearly stated in the agreement if the city intends to keep this area for public use as the 2005 City Council intended. According to 3.4 of the sale agreement and purchase agreement, the property will be used for passive recreation, environmental projects, activities, ancillary to and consistent with the use of Dodgertown only, for so long as the amended and restated facility lease agreement is in effect. There is no guarantee of such use once lease ends. Just after the purchase of the city, by the city, public meetings were held to determine the use of this property. But another issue set the city forward on another grid. That one issue has been resolved, and there is no cause for a fire sale. If today's agenda is an indication, the city intends to pay for the mortgage or the note, whatever you want to call it, on this property with the unrestricted electric reserve funds. The city can take a breather, lease an amount the county requires for the overflow parking, re-engage the public in public workshops for ideas on this property. The concept that the city can buy back what it previously owned as first refusal is unrealistic. The proposed improvements on this property in the form of hotels and other may raise the value of the land, which may increase the resale value. How can we expect the next city council in 1 to 10 years to afford or to have an interest in repurchase of this land? The county collects tourism tax within the city limits and the county as a whole. The city does not receive any of that to use for infrastructure, park maintenance, or other related uses. Currently, the property is split between two zoning districts, AL1 MC, Airport Light Industrial, Multiple Activity Complex. This is the zoning for the majority of the property. The zoning district allows for commercial amusements, restaurants, recreation uses, sports complexes, hotels, multifamily, office, personnel, and retail uses. AL1-A1, Airport Light Industrial, A-1, approximately 5 acres of the northwest corner of the property, is zoned AL1-A1. This zoning district is for aviation-related uses. The City of Vero Beach elected officials are required by oath to follow the city charter, not individual political philosophy. What legacy does this city council intend to leave for the residents of Vero Beach? Whatever you folks do tonight, I understand you want the best for the community. You've all had nice things to say, for the most part, about the baseball and this property and its intent. They're good words. They need to be put into writing. There's really no reason why you can't just take a little bit of a chill pill and wait just a tad. Do what's good for the residents. Do what's good for the county. If it's not in writing, folks, it can be changed at a later date, and that's just how it is, and that's unfortunate. Thank you very much for your kindness.
Good evening, Council. Linda Hillman, 2315 18th Avenue. I, too, was not aware that Jim was not part of this deal. And because of that, I agree with Councilwoman Moss and Councilman Sudan's, Mr. Economy, and Ms. Fry. I believe that we should go back to the negotiation table, that they're really getting a good deal, and we're not going to get a good deal when it's all over with. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hillman.
Good evening, Council. Michael Zito, Assistant County Administrator. Jason Brown and I, we pretty much, and Mr. O'Connor,
Mr. Zito, raise that mic, please.
We negotiate for a living. When you negotiate in the public's best interest, however, not every negotiation is a competitive one. In fact, many negotiations are facilitative in nature, and that's what this one is. Ms. Loy, I want to thank you for your wisdom and your guidance and your daily inspiration of government leadership. she mentioned an article in the New York Times on 1/31 last week. That was to celebrate the 100th birthday, what would have been, of Jack Roosevelt Robinson, also affectionately known as Jackie Robinson. But it wasn't just an article. It was a 25-page special edition section of the New York Times. Jackie Robinson's legend is alive and growing, and will be here in the city of Vero Beach for the next 100 years. In fact, page F14 touts, "Send your boy to Dodgertown Camp, Vero Beach, Florida, for the summer of his life." This is what we're here to do, not compete in a financial war. We are here to facilitate the future in a collaborative effort for the city and the county. And it's going to be great. We're not here to competitively negotiate. If we were, the county would not have lifted the deed restriction that puts you in a position to market the property for sale. So let's come together and let's vote yes. And let's work together in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, council members. Brian Hetty. And I live in Vero Beach, Florida. And I've attested to that more than once. And in order to run for city council. And Laura Moss, my goodness, you did some homework. And whether I agree with you or disagree with you, I've seen more than one time where you do your homework. And I've referred to you out in the public as a pit bull when you get onto something and you understand and you get your teeth into it, and it's tough to get you to release. And I get it. I understand. I can also count, and I know that anything that I say here today isn't going to make any difference. You're going to do this deal, and that's unfortunate. And what Councilmember Moss did was go back in and look at the history, and there's some people in the community that have lived a lot of that history, and back to when it was an air base for the Navy, and then the war was over and went to the FAA, and then it went back to Vero Beach with the promise, all of that, the Dodgertown land and property, with the promise that it was going to be used for public good. And then Vero Beach leased to the Dodgers on a rental basis all of the property that became Dodgertown. And we got nothing for it during the lease, by the way, because the benefit to the city, we were told, was going to be they were going to build this field, they were going to build this hotel, they were going to build this. So fast forward, Dodgers decided they wanted to stay. They were going to buy the land. And when they bought the land, they bought it at a low rate, low price, because they did all the development. That was their money. So when the city leases it out, they get next to nothing. When they sell it, they get next to nothing. And then the Dodgers decided they wanted to leave, so they told the city and the county that if you don't buy this property from us, then the Dodgers are going to leave. And they put a high price on it, and we paid, and we're still paying debt service on when we bought all of this property back. Taxpayers buy high, sell low. The golf course, that was sold to a developer. And then the developer showed what they were going to do, and oh my gosh, City Hall was filled. The value of the property was up because it was worth this commercial development now. So the taxpayers bought the property back. That's the $10 million. And now they want to, taxpayers of the city bought high, and now they want to sell low. And Laura, they tell you that the debt on the property is not tied to the property? Are you kidding me? Really? I mean, you don't have to have 10 legal documents to know what the debt is. The debt is on this property. And we're going to sell a piece of property that we owe almost $5 million, and we're going to sell it for 2.4. Only government can operate like this. And it was interesting, Councilmember Moss, that, you kept asking some legal questions. Did you notice the legal counsel for the county didn't stand up and answer the legal questions? Yeah, I took note of that too. That's interesting. Anybody on council know, or the city manager, know what the value of the property, all of the parking for Vero, for 30 years I've parked right across from the Dodger Town. There's that parcel of land, there's a for sale sign out there. Anybody know what that property is for sale for, the value? Well, it's right across from the main entrance of Dodger Town. It's where we've parked for years and years and years. And that property is for sale. And maybe Dodger Town could buy that property and leave the city parkland alone. And I think that
Mr. Heddy,
before, yes.
If you could just summarize.
Sure.
Thank you.
I think that's important for the city to know the value of a similarly situated property before they decide to accept 2.4. What is the value of that other property? And that would be relevant before the taxpayers sell for a couple $1 million what they owe $5 million on. And the talk that you get about how much benefit it is to the taxpayers by having them here, didn't we just commit to $14 million of tax dollars to chip in? Well, we taxpayers have continually chipped into Dodger Town, and now we've got another $14 million. It's the same recipe all the time, and the taxpayers are the ones that pay. You're going to wind up doing the same thing. As far as why you don't wait until after the election, because there's a possibility that Hetty could get elected or somebody else could get elected, and if Hetty got elected, this property wouldn't be sold. It's as simple as that. I know why they need to rush this whole thing through, and I've said this before at other meetings. It's, you don't even really, you only have 2 council members sitting up there, the mayor and council member Zidans, that are within their term, their elected term. The other 3 up there, their term ended in November.
Thank you, Mr.
This is
Heddy.
February, and they're still sitting up there, and they're still voting to give away taxpayer property.
Thank you, Mr. Heddy.
Actually, I think the county did buy property in that area recently. I'll ask Mr. Brown. I don't know which piece of property, but could you please tell us what was paid for that property and the acreage? It was, I believe you bought it for parking. I think I saw a memorandum that you had written. That's why I'm asking you.
So the property up on the upper, towards the right there where they're building Star Suites, there are 2 parcels. One comprises a portion of Flight Safety Drive and some side potential parking there, and also a parcel on the south that's kind of between Star Suites and where the Dodger Town hotel rooms are, and there's a stand of Australian pines there. The 2 parcels, I think we paid about $105,000 for those 2 parcels. Some portion of an acre. I can't recall the dollar amount. the dollar amount's 105,000 essentially, but the acreage I can't recall right here. But it's basically, and I don't know if you can zoom in on that, but it's the parcel with Flight Safety Drive, and then another parcel down to the south.
Approximately an acre?
I think it's maybe, I want to say 1.4 acres between the two.
Okay.
I think the Flight Safety Drive parcel is an acre, and then the other one is.
So 100,000 an acre would be 3.5 million for 35 acres. Is that right?
Well, the key thing here is if you look at that, it's Flight Safety Drive.
Oh, no.
That's our access.
And a smaller acreage is usually a higher price per acre. But.
And we're tying down the access because that Flight Safety Drive where you drive into Dodgertown, the county wanted to make sure we didn't have any access issues to our property.
Doesn't sound out of proportion to this property. Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Reingold, we talked about, was it redacting a portion of that contract agreement or 3.4? I believe so.
Whereas, yeah.
Was a whereas?
I heard objections to a whereas clause. Simply put, is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the whereas clause on page 1 of the contract. I heard an objection to it. I talked to the county administrator. We were supportive of just simply striking that out of the contract if that so suited the council.
Okay. I'd like to amend my motion to include those changes that Mr. Reingold just spoke of. I know I had a second, but do I still have a second?
Yes.
This is a legal question, so I'll ask Mr. Reingold. This has to do with the contract, the amended and restated facility lease agreement. This is on page 1. It's C. It says, whereas MLB has, or prior to the effective date, will purchase the membership interest in Vero Town. Did that happen? Did that occur?
Yes, that did occur.
Okay, because, Vero Town is everywhere in this agreement, but then we should understand Vero Town to mean MLB. If they have in fact purchased the membership interest in Vero Town, according to what it says here.
And Councilmember White, I'd recommended that the Vero Town name be used throughout this document, was that was actually the entity of which we had the amended and restated agreement with. Want to make sure the two entities were referenced to be the same.
Thank you, Mr. Reingold.
And this is also a legal question. I have this information from Mr. Smith, and I had asked, this is with regard to tourist tax, so we're changing the subject a bit here, but I had asked about that capital reserve account, which will be used to fund, Dodgertown for the next 10 years at least. And his response with regard, my question had to do, and perhaps you've seen it, had to do with the composition of the capital reserve account, what components were tourist tax and sales tax and other. And I'm going to read just the first two because they're brief. So that was the first question. And this has to do with the capital reserve account. This will be the funding. This is providing the funding for this project. So what are the components, for example, this is my question. What are the components, for example, tourist tax, sales tax, other? Mr. Smith's response, and I'm reading it exactly, is prior lease agreement was half-cent sales tax and optional 1-cent sales tax. New lease agreement, that's what we're talking about now, is tourist tax and optional 1-cent sales tax. My second question was, what percentage of the account does each component represent? Mr. Smith's response, and I'm reading it verbatim, is prior lease agreement, 50% half-cent sales tax, 50% optional 1-cent sales tax. New lease agreement, what we're talking about now, 81.25% tourist tax, yes, 85.25% tourist tax, and only 18.75% optional 1-cent sales tax. And that's why the tourist tax is so critical, and that's why I've been raising this issue.
Right, yeah, it's related to the lease.
I assume you have a copy. It's Mr. Smith's response.
Yes.
Do you disagree with his response?
I don't have a reason to disagree with Mr. Smith's response.
Okay. Mr. Conley, you've already spoken in public comment. Do you have something?
Yeah, I have a quick question. I just wanted for public record, because I'm confused on a couple of points. I want to direct a question directly to the city attorney and the city manager. Do we absolutely, without question, have legal standing to proceed with a vote tonight that cannot be challenged based on the quorum, the voting issue?
Anything can be challenged, but that we do have a quorum of the city council.
Okay, but is it completely legal? That's what I'm asking. From your point of view,
yes.
There's no... Okay.
Thank you. Okay, motion is on the floor. I have a second. Would you take roll, please, Tammy?
Would you permit me just to make a brief comment? Because my vote is changing, and I just want to explain why I voted the way I did. Okay?
Absolutely, sure.
I appreciate that. I believe that unfortunately this was a botched negotiation where not because of our city manager, but because of freelancing that left many chips on the table. And I want to send a warning to future city councils that it is not in the best interest of our city to negotiate on your own behalf, whether it's property negotiations or whether it's union negotiations for contracts or things like that. These should all be handled through our city manager. And I implore any future city council not to go back and try and rebuy this property again if it comes back up for election. And I can honestly see that happening, that if this does not work out at some point in the future with Major League Baseball, that if the county is going to sell it to someone that the city doesn't like, they're going to go back in and throw more money into this pit. I do see this as an opportunity to reduce animosity, and I am honestly trying to reduce controversy and try and get along and make our council work better and make our city and our council and our county relationship improve. And despite the fact that I don't think that this is the best negotiation, I will be voting for it. And I do think that in the long run, Major League Baseball is a wonderful thing for our community and will do great things for our community. And so in overall, it is in the best interest of our city. I wish it could have been handled better.
I will not.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will not be voting for this. This is not in the best interests of our city.
You've stated that.
As much as I would like to get along with the county. Thank you.
Tammy, take the roll, please.
Dr. Zadans?
Yes.
Colonel Young?
Yes.
Councilwoman Moss?
No.
Vice Mayor Sykes?
Yes.
Mayor Howell?
Yes.
Passes 4-1.
Moving on to well, you guys want to take a break now, or you want to move directly to the next? You want to take 5? Let's take 5. We take 5-minute recess, come back at 7 o'clock. Excuse me. That would be 15.
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
5 minutes. 5-minute recess. We're back at 6:50. Mr. Richard Lewis to speak on Reach Across America, and this is sponsored by Councilmember Tony Young. Good evening.
Good evening. Rick Lewis. We were in front of you about a year ago. We asked permission and obtained it to begin Reach Across America here in Vero Beach at Crestlawn Cemetery and over at Veterans Memorial Island. We actually had a very successful year. I know there were some of you that showed up and participated. We brought in not quite enough wreaths to cover all, but we think we'll do much better this year. The turnout was tremendous, was a lot more than what we thought we would have. So for this year, we have already begun again. So to begin with, we'd like to start to ask permission again to do it one more time. Our day this year will be on December 14th. And I'll let Joe Crowley, who is the other organizer, and Sue Crowley come up and tell you what we're planning for this year. So with your permission, I'll let them speak. And
absolutely, thank you. Here you go.
Good evening, and thank you for having us back again.
Good evening.
Joe Crowley, my wife Sue Crowley, co-organizers with Rick. This year, setting our sights a little greater this year. We don't need your permission for part two. Part two, we are going to start getting up into Sebastian too, to cover their cemetery up there, to make sure it's the whole county. I mean, we are Reads Across America, Indian River County, so we're trying to get the whole county involved. As Rick said, I mean, this past year was tremendous. Colonel Young was our speaker at the ceremony. I mean, I thought it was a great ceremony. We had nearly 300 volunteers laying wreaths at the cemetery. It was a great moment, and any of you there who watched it, witnessed it, it really was a moving event. So we are going to do it again. We meet with the Island Commission tomorrow morning, and we will be getting everything finalized with them. But again, on December 14th, we are looking to do this again. We will be raising money again. We went just over the $10,000 mark, and for a first year, more people know about us now. So this is going to be a great year. We're looking forward to it. We're glad to be back in front of you. I know last year, nobody really knew what we were doing, and we tried to explain it to you, and I think we proved that we could do this, and it was a great event for Vero Beach.
And what you're doing is great as well.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Did you want to add anything? No?
I'll just say it was a pleasure. I went with my two of my sons. I have 4 children, and 2 of them were in town, and we went and we had a great time. They really enjoyed it. They were not necessarily interested when we were leaving the house and telling them where they're going, and then when we got there, they actually loved it. And when we ran out of wreaths and we couldn't put any more out, they were kind of disappointed. It was just a wonderful experience. It was really great. And as you go to each, you read out loud. You read out the name of the serviceman who was there, and then you say a prayer about them or their family or whatever it is. And so it was just an incredible experience. So my only question is, what can we do to help? And then last year you raised $10,000, and I know you got most of the people in Crestlawn, but how much does it take to do our entire county for all the service people? How much do you have to raise?
We are thinking we need 3,000 wreaths, which could come around the total of $25,000 to $30,000 is what we'll be looking to raise this year. So our goal is 30. We know we're going to, the island obviously we cover easily, quickly, and that was important to us, but Crestlawn, we ended up only about 400 wreaths short, and it really went well. So we're looking for the community support. Anybody that is watching, Wreaths Across America, Indian River County is a Facebook page that talks about our fundraising events and different events that we have. We're at Downtown Fridays to get the word out, and I believe the word is out now, and I think just more support from you guys again. I mean, it means a lot to have the City Council behind this. We need the Veterans Council behind this. And with the support we had last year from the Veterans Council, City Council, we're going to be approaching the county commissioners. I mean, I think it's going to be a great event again.
I think you can see we are definitely behind you, and thank you.
Thank you.
On the website, is there a specific pull down for Crestlawn and Vero Beach, or how is that delineated? Do you know off the top of your head?
You can go.
Yeah, sure. If you go to the website of Reads Across America, you got about the third one down. It says select either sites or select groups. You can select either one. It'll come up, put in your area code. It'll come up and show the different fundraising groups here. If you're doing groups, or if your sites, it will show Crestlawn, and it will show Veterans Memorial Island, and you can pick those, and from there you can pick how you want to donate.
And you'll just add Sebastian for coming year?
And this year we're going to be adding Sebastian. We have to get the count, and of course, go in front of Sebastian Council to get that all approved. We're beginning to work on that as we speak. Also, there's different types of groups that you can that you can actually donate to. You have the 501Cs, of course, which are payback groups. They get $5 for every $15 wreath back. So we have Girl Scouts in here. We have the Civil Air Patrol that are fundraisers. Then you have our groups, which there's 3 for 1. We're looking for wreaths. So for every 2 wreaths you donate for us, we get the 3rd wreath. So we really get 3 wreaths for every 2.
And what does it cost for 2 wreaths if you wanted to make a 2 wreath donation?
Each wreath is $15. Okay. So you can get them in $15 increments, buy 2, buy 100.
And then it comes out to 3, just for $30.
Yeah, if you buy 2, it comes out to 3. If you buy 1, we get 1.5. So if somebody else buys 1, we still get the 3.
The thing I didn't know, but I learned when I went there, is that this is the same ceremony that's going on in Arlington.
Yes.
Every year. So in Arlington, they're laying wreaths at every single tomb, and this just got spread out to the rest of the country.
Yes, it is being done.
And is it going to be the same day again?
It'll always be the same day, the same time. So when they're doing the ceremony in Arlington, we're doing the ceremony here, and they're doing the ceremony on the west coast of the U.S. Everybody coincides.
That's great.
Thank you guys so much for doing what you're doing. Quick question. I assume you're using real, like evergreen wreaths, and that's the standard for the organization across the country?
Yes, they are live wreaths.
Okay, awesome. I was just curious because obviously you could reuse them if they weren't, but it's not as nice.
No, so. And that's one of the issues we had here. We did the retirement of them on January 5th. That was about as long as they could stay due to our weather conditions. You get some of the more northern regions, of course, they can stay, for a full month.
For everybody that's watching, this was the first occasion to have the Christmas wreaths on Memorial Island for all of the cenotaphs. And then in addition to that, there was a woman that had a wreath, and she put it on next to one of the green buttonwood trees for her son that had passed away 30 years ago. And she shared with me that she intended to come to the island and maintain her decorum, but when she picked up the wreath and walked over to the buttonwood tree and placed it there and recalled her son's name, that was it. And another account in Crestlawn Cemetery, a young man from Ohio said, I'm not even from Vero Beach or Indian River County, and I went out on that cemetery and I placed a wreath there, and I felt a presence next to me, and that presence was my grandfather, and he asked me if I knew what his nickname was in World War II, and I said no. He says he was a big man. His nickname was Tank. Mm-hmm. So you're touching everybody's lives, and I want to say on behalf of the folks here, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're good.
We should do a big, the retirement should be a big bonfire on the beach.
Oh, Lord. It's a good idea.
Seriously, I wasn't joking with that one.
Okay, so there's always a woman who has a lofty goal. Okay, so my goal is that I want wreath stands for Crestlawn Cemetery like we were able to have on Memorial Island, so that you can see these wreaths. You can see all the veterans that gave their time and their life to support all of us in the United States and protect us. So I'm looking for somebody that's going to help us get those wreath stands out there. And then look for Boy Scouts or some group to go there and put those out beforehand, so that we can, put them actually on a stand. And when you stand back and look at that cemetery, you're going to see all of them.
Is there additional cost for the little stands? What's that?
What did you end up paying?
I paid 89 cents a piece.
Right.
Okay.
But there's quite a few when you're looking at, how many we're looking for. But, you have to have a goal to get to. So that's mine.
This is $30 for 2 wreaths. You get another wreath for every 2.
Mm-hmm. Yes, as long as you go through one of the groups that are on the fundraiser page.
I see.
If you don't go through there and you just go in and you donate to Vero Beach, then it's just, we don't get that extra benefit.
Easiest way to remember, you have the Crowleys and Lewises in front of you. The Crowley group and the Lewis group, the fundraising groups on there, will get you 3 for 2.
Or the Girl Scouts.
They actually get $5
for their group.
So they only get 1 wreath, but they get $5 towards their group.
group.
Okay, good, good.
So with that, you can also support another local group also, so, you know, which is not a bad thing either.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next item. This is a presentation by Mr. Brian Hetty to speak about public parks. This is sponsored by Councilman Young. We're doing a lot of sponsoring these days, aren't you?
It's a campaign coming up.
You guys are merciless.
Hi, Mr. Hetty.
There's a whole stack, I believe the county left this.
So if you don't mind.
Give it to the city clerk.
City clerk. Yeah, sure.
City clerk?
Yeah, I'll just pass it down to Tammy.
I don't know whether there's any secrets on there, maybe I should have kept it. This is a painting that I don't know how to get it to the camera. Hopefully that's it, but you can see it. It's a painting and it's the bridge, but it's interesting that this painting is there was a photograph used for this painting, and in order to take the photograph, the photographer had to go out on county property. This is obviously within the city limits. Had to go to county property on which there was a sign, no trespassing. So this is taxpayer-owned property with this kind of a view, with a pavilion and some lawn and county signs, no trespassing.
It's ready. Isn't that the fire station now?
Yeah. But there's I understand no trespassing in a fire station, but there's lawns out there, there's a pavilion out there, there's no reason why, and part of the presentation I'll be giving, there's no reason why taxpayer-owned property and lawns and pavilions like that should have no trespassing signs. And we had this discussion at another meeting about the Dodgertown property that you just sold, that one of the ways of having it used was to take down the no parking and the no trespassing signs. And that was done, but not in time, I guess, to save the property. How do I know when this is on?
I think it's on.
Yeah. It's on, ready to go? Okay. And Mr. Young, Councilman Young, I know it's election time, and you're on the ballot, so is Councilmember Moss, but to put a member of the public on just before an election is remarkable, and it's not about the election, it's about the parks. And, I was told, well, this is just political. Well, everything that happens at these meetings is political, and it certainly is my viewpoint that the parks need to be saved. Anyway, Hibiscus City, you can look around and you can see a lot of them, but if you look up Vero Beach if you look up Hibiscus City on Google it, right? You know what comes up? Vero Beach, Florida. And if you look and see, put best parks, Google that, see what comes up. And what comes up is parks all outside of the city limits. So we need to do something to welcome and find whoever's really good at getting things moved up on the Google list or the website.
Well, sorry, but we just made Vero Beach smaller, sorry.
But anyway, the dog park is one of the things, and it's pretty well protected. I'm going to flip through these as quickly as possible, and you can see that it's, you know, that it's fairly well used, and there's some kids in there, and this one is near and dear to your heart, Mr. Young. I'm betting you would call this the crown jewel of our parks, the Veterans Island, and it really is remarkable out there, and the work that's been done out there is incredible. The use is, I know that it's used often, but anybody that really wants to see a really good sunset should go to Memorial Island. That's from Memorial Island, and I've seen some of these photographs of sunsets from there displayed in public buildings, and same thing, there's another sunset from there. The Leisure Square, the work has been done to really improve that out there, and it's not totally unused, although that picture doesn't show anybody, but you can also go back out there when there's some senior citizens and the pool is packed and some good exercise. Young Park, Mr. Young. This is near and dear to your heart, I'm sure, and named after your grandfather, is that correct?
That's correct.
And but look at the roof on there. You can see one of the boards ready to blow off. Every single pavilion out there, every single one is in disrepair and needs help. There's holes in the roof, and you know, these parks not only need to be saved and not sold off, but they also need to be maintained. Oh, back up. We were talking about the marina and how people come into the town. Well, I guess if the marina's full, you pull up to Young Park. This guy's getting his suitcase out, and I snapped a picture. He's got his suitcase up on the lawn, and I don't know whether there's a charge for that particular part of the park, but and this is, you know, another one of the crown jewels. The at the end of Royal Palm Point there, the fountains. But if you notice, the fountains, they're not on, and this is pretty well continuous. I mean, this is an absolutely gorgeous park. It's beautiful, but it's underutilized because we don't operate it. This is at the end of Sexton Plaza, and Mr. Young, I believe it was you that asked about some of the pictures before. This is from Gloria's Hotel, and this family staying at the hotel came down to use Humiston Park and rode their kids down, and I didn't take a picture of the kids on there. Sometimes people get pretty upset when you snap kids' pictures, but you know, the park, this is Humiston Park, and it's beautiful until you stop and look. Look at the deterioration there on the underside there. I mean, the building is got parts and pieces just falling out. Up on the top, you can see pieces that are missing, and there's out to the lifeguard stations. You can see the roof with the shingles that are gone. The roof leaks in the lifeguard station. The park is beautiful, but when you look at some of the disrepair, and the only way that can happen is if the city councils give to the staff enough money to fix things. There's the women's club, and both ends of one board busted off. The marina, one of the interesting things about the marina, they didn't want to count it as a park, but it is a park. It's a water park, and it brings people into our community. And if you look at how well used, I mean, there's boats there. I didn't see an empty slip anyplace, but I did see this. You can see where the deterioration, and we have right now, you just paid a bill at the beginning of this meeting, you paid a bill to finish the dock work on Royal Palm Point. So you have a contractor that already is capable of doing, you know, these repairs, but you, the city council, you've got to give the money for this so that our parks, including the water park, the marina, don't fall. That's an old one at the marina. but we shouldn't have them falling into disrepair. The baseball is great. The dog park is right behind there. The docks, it was interesting because if you looked, all of the spaces were being used on this particular day. The Pelicans had to get out of the way, but the Vero Beach crew has their spot over there. This is alongside the road from Riverside, and there's pavilions there that are really underutilized underneath that bridge. Great fishing pier, great views from it of Riverside Cafe and of the marina, and more of the marina. Oh, this is interesting. One of the parks that we seem to forget about, we talk about the land masses that we have, but certainly the water that we have available to us in Vero Beach is part of our parklands, and as you can see, there's a kayaker and a whatever that board is, Lang, help me, paddleboard, and thank you, City Manager. The pavilions are back in, and they're gorgeous. And this is a new park, Mr. Zidane. You've talked about that, and I saw your name on one of the planks, and thank you for your donation, and to memorialize a young man.
Live like Cole Pier.
Yes, sir. This is Little Flower, and there was great fanfare when this was dedicated, but if you take a look at the disrepair, this is the pavilion there, and this is what it's looked like since the hurricane. And I'm a supporter of our parks, but we have to not only keep them and not sell them off, but we have to maintain them. We have to spend the money. This is sunset from Little Flower. There's a bench there, and they've kept the opening of the mangroves so that you got a pretty good view of the sunset. Charles Park out on the western side of town is it's got running trails and equipment for the kids, and on this particular day it was pretty underutilized, but the beaches that we have here, this is back to Humiston, and the lifeguards that are there and the conditions that they work in. This is over by Pocahontas Park and the Heritage, and benches for the most part I think are homeless. I mean, they can go check everyone's address and ask them where they lived, but if you look at the back, you can see how well this is used by senior citizens, and not all the time, but when they're out there, when they have the games, my goodness, they just pack them in. But if you take a close look, this is the side of the building. I mean, it needs help. And you can't load more work on the existing city workers. That's just not gonna work. But you need to designate, maybe even have somebody that comes on board strictly for the purpose of getting the parks back in shape. This is the land you just sold, and one of the things that you were promised is that the county was going to make sure that if they took it over, they were going to have a tree-lined boulevard. And I want you to take a look at what we have right now, and it pretty much looks like a tree-lined boulevard. And there's how far apart they are. There's looking down the whole thing. I mean, they're going to give us a tree-lined boulevard? I guess they really aren't giving us much at all, are they? Because we already have that. We don't have all of the money to pay off the debt, though. Thank you for pointing that out, Councilmember Moss. This is an interesting use of our public parks in the parking lot. This is, again, down at Royal Palm Point, and that's a laundry bucket going across the street, and there's the laundry truck parked because there's nobody using our parks. And I'm not complaining about the hotel services using our facilities. That's not the point. The point is, this is how underutilized our parks really are. You know, if those fountains were on, I bet you those tables would be full. And I remember back when it first opened and the fountains were on, and it was full. Coming up here, this is, I just added these because there was some controversy about the farmer's market, and this is the farmer's market, and pictures taken on that day. And one of the interesting things is that if you look around, even during farmer's market, and look at all the people that are there, great drawing cards. So to do anything to disrupt farmer's market, I think would not help the city. But even with all of those crowds, look at, there's still parking spaces because people come and go, and there's one backing out, and and it's well utilized. They tried to stay away from pictures of faces of people. Even on a day when you've got red flags up, you've got people that are walking out on the beach, and the need for the lifeguards to be there just in case. But that building is in such need of repair. Tons of people up and down the sidewalks from this is Riverside Park, and I've heard some people come before the council and ask for a use of Riverside Park on a permanent basis, and I've heard Rob tell you, staff tell you that, geez, we use that for parking. Well, this was parking for the garden show just last weekend, and Riverside Park was packed in, and we certainly, those kinds of events clearly draw a ton of people. It was a great event, and it must have gotten all of the players off because they were all over on the island at the gardens, and nobody was playing games that day. It was ghost town over in the city. But again, everybody was over on the island at the either the farmers market or the and you can see there the parking, particularly on the right-hand side, the number of cars that were parked in Riverside. We have great parking facilities for events that are over there, regardless of where they are. But and that's just more parking spaces empty to show you that our beaches and our parks do have ample parking. That's right next to Sexton Plaza at a busy time. You can see the sun is shining and great day, and yet there's still plenty of parking.
So, Mr. Heddy, in essence,
the bottom line is that the parks are beautiful, but we need to do the maintenance. We can't just allow them to fall into disrepair. This is the last. There's one more shot after this, and this is the power plant, and just another an example of where the city has just allowed buildings to fall into disrepair. And you can see where that outer sheath came down, probably during a hurricane, busted the windows. You can see that there. But there is no sense in allowing that building to deteriorate unless you know what it is you're going to do with it. And all of the buildings and all of the parklands that have amenities that need maintenance, we need to do that. And you've got $50-some-odd million now because of the sale of the electric. You take some of that money, and whatever small amount, take $5 million of it and devote it to keeping our parks in repair. It's not one extra dime to the taxpayers. It's money the taxpayers have paid in extra rates over the years. Take and give something back to the taxpayers, and one of the ways of doing that is by doing the maintenance on the parks. It's needed. It's needed badly. Please, somebody.
You had a lot of good photos, and you pointed out a lot of things that I wouldn't personally possibly have noticed, and you're right. I mean, it doesn't look good for the city. And so I actually would never ask this question. Do we have somebody that is designated to kind of check out the
identify what might be.
Yeah, what kind of problems we have at different locations?
Rob Slezak, the Department Director for Recreation, will go out there and make note of the roofs, and then he checks with the Public Works Department as well as for the renovations. The key is when it gets into the budget process.
Right. Rob's here now. Rob, do we have a kind of a running list of things like this?
And do we have a priority list? It's not just like a list of things, but do we prioritize what's really most important for the quality of our parks.
Rob Slezak, Recreation Department. Monty Falls and myself, what we do is we try to prioritize facilities and everything else, top to bottom, to try to get through. The long and short of it all is what Brian was really bringing up is we'll come forward with all of this stuff to you guys. It's really big time. What he was talking about is really, it's real. And what we've been working on are, the first priority for all of us is let's take care of our facilities that we have, the bigger facilities, i.e. your community center, Bethel Creek River House, Leisure Square, all of these facilities, to get them that they're able to be utilized and up to snuff. And the long and short of it all, and I know Cindy could also vouch to this, is the 1 cent sales tax and how much money you have available to spend on these different facilities. So you try to take these things one at a time. And again, I think it's really important. It needs to be done. There's no doubt about it. And I think those pictures were. Go ahead, Jim.
I was going to say, one of the things you're going to do tonight, if you pay off the debt service for the Dodgertown note, then that frees up the 1 cent sales tax, which are capital investment monies.
And work is, and again, some of the work is being done on some of the different things that we had pictures taken of, and those are. It's not like those things. Some of those things aren't going to be addressed, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And a couple of things that we're looking at. We're going to talk about this a little bit later. Are going to be naming rights. That's a big one, of hoping that would help out, maybe paying for some of this work as well.
Rob, do you have just a ballpark of really total repairs within city parks?
Cost, you mean?
Yeah.
I do not. I would tell you, I would think that number is going to be pretty significant. I would say
if there's any way you could let us know, that'd be great.
Sure. I'll get with Monty, and absolutely, we can go place by place, for certainly. I know that, for instance, we just went out to, one of the places we went to was South Beach Park, and we looked at the restrooms and the pavilions there. And I know that there was, I think, $20,000 allocated for work to be done there. That's great. We'll utilize that. It'll be done. We've got the Public Works and Engineering, General Maintenance Services Group. They're going to go out. We're going to look at the fascia and the soffit, and then we're also going to address the bathrooms and the roofs of those pavilions. Also, we're going to be looking at like the dividers in the restrooms, things like that.
See, the thing that concerns me is, in general, my experience is, Mr. Hetty pointed out at Humminston, there was paint flaking off, just as an example.
Yes.
If paint's flaking off there and we don't take care of the problem gets bigger quickly and becomes more expensive exponentially.
Correct.
So,
correct.
And it's kind of embarrassing.
Yes, and this has been, again, what's happened is, for a number of years, monies were so tight, especially with the 1 cent sales and everything else, that you really couldn't address it. Fortunately, this council and the past few councils have started really attacking all those 1 cent capital projects.
And the history of it, you can take a minute to explain that, is that the county was contributing, what was the amount, 700?
680.
I'm sorry, what?
680,000 in 2002, pre-2002.
That's what the county used to contribute every year.
Towards recreation.
While we're on the subject of Kumbaya. They pulled that, is that correct?
They went their own way and pulled out, and they took their recreation and their programs with them.
So you've been struggling since that time, basically.
And again, when I look at this, it's a parks and recreation thing, and the challenges, we know that we're going to have these challenges, and I think the best recommendation moving forward is Monty and I can get there, and we can come back. We'll meet with the General Maintenance Services Group, go place by place, come in and give you general ideas. We've done that whenever we've had hurricanes, FEMA, things like that. We can get estimates to you guys and let you know.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Could you also just kind of rank them in?
Yes, priority, yes. Top down, yes.
Yeah, or, what you think needs to be addressed quickly.
Absolutely.
Along those same lines that Councilman Sykes just mentioned, if you had an unlimited wish list, it's going to be huge. But if you're trying to work on a fiscally responsible budget, you have to really say where the money is best spent. So sometimes inexpensive things will do a lot, and some of the more expensive things may not always come up. And I am one of the things I'm worried about with the good news of the sale of Vero Electric and the funding coming in from that, and the sale of our downtown post office, and the sale of now this Dodgertown Golf Course property, is that there's too much money sitting there that some city council, whether it's us or some future city council, is just going to say, well, we'll solve all problems with money. We'll just spend money on things. And I think that we have to be very fiscally responsible with, we have an opportunity that's come to us where there's a lot of money that came into a city all at once. And I don't think that the answer to every single problem is to spend more money. Right. I think that if we're really being fiscally conservative and we're looking out for things, most of those monies should go into reserve funds or dedicated towards long-term projects. And I really, when we go through and we do our budget for this year and we sit down and do this, I want to, as much as we can, earmark this money, and not just every time an issue comes up before the city, we just say, well, we have lots of money because we sold something and therefore we're going to spend it. I don't want us to be like the tax and spend city council, the next city council. And so I would just, there is some money there, I think, for making our parks better, and I think that there is a general consensus that we need to do that, but I also don't want us to do it in a spendthrift, irresponsible way where we're just throwing money at problems. And so please take the time to really prioritize things in a way that we're getting good value for what we put our money into.
Well, and I agree with that. I do. I totally agree with you. And I also think that those, as you go with the priority, it should be year by year. Year number one, you look at the following, much like we've done with our recreation facilities now. You look at certain properties, you go with that, and you have your list of which ones, and you attack each one, and then you set up a maintenance program where now every 5 or 6 years, you're actually on this maintenance program where this doesn't happen again, where we get back to the quality of life that we've had in these facilities, in these places. And no, you don't do the free spending like you said. Mm-hmm. The other good news is we're fortunate enough that we've got some groups that come and help us with these parks and some of these, whether it's painting, whether it's cleaning. It's an awesome thing. We've got a community that's willing to help us on that end too. That's where I look at these things and go, we want to make sure the integrity of these places are taken care of first, and then we go bit by bit.
Something to remember that's very important. Mm-hmm. You guys are talking about one department. I can show you roofs at the Public Works Department that need to be repaired. So when you say, make a list and put priorities on it, we will have one for that department. And I think you can get the same thing from Public Works. I think you can get the same thing from the Police Department, and they all come from the same general fund.
That's a great point. I'm glad you said it.
You got to just sort of, his pavilion is going to be prioritized with, do we need a police officer as an example?
Can that 1%, that 1 cent sales tax be used for something like the
capital projects?
Right, okay.
And again, I think that with what we're recommending, and I agree with Jim completely, of sitting down with Monty and going through everything, all the facilities, I mean everything. Like Jim said, there's no doubt about it. There's roofs at other places, everything. And we just come in with a list and say, this is what we have, this is what our estimates are, this is what we think needs to be done.
So this goes kind of back to what I was saying earlier, that everything needs to go through the city manager, because you can't have, it might sound really good to politicians sitting up here that we're going to do this or that at a park, but you also have a lot of other things going on in the city. I think that police department is number one on the list. No offense to the rec department, but that is public safety, and that's number one. So this all has to, we have to be careful as city council people not to inject our own desires into some of these things, and it does need to go through the city manager, whoever that is. But we do want to hear what you think is good, and we want it to be filtered through our city manager so that we can make the best decisions on what's best interest of our city.
And then to reiterate one more time,
Right now, I've got 3 interested parties possibly in naming rights, and we're going to talk about this a little bit later with Tony's stuff. But the long and short of it all is I think they could help, and I think if we can get that started.
Free money is way better than taxpayer money.
I think that we can get to the point where the pavilions that we're going to talk about, those things that we're talking about with the roofs that Brian's taking pictures of, maybe we can get people to actually put their names on those pavilions and we get those things fixed that way.
That'd be great.
Mr. Heddy, thank you for a
I thought that was
great
great.
presentation.
I thought it was a great presentation by Brian.
A lot of nice pictures.
I just want to add that the comment from the city manager about, oh, we need to prioritize, and it might be a police officer, and it might be something else, but the reality in those pictures show clearly that there's been years of neglect. And Mr. Mayor, you're right about the fix it before, why the paint is just flaking off. But if you go back and you look at those pictures, and Tammy has I brought them all on a thumb drive. So Tammy has the thumb drive, and you can, at your leisure, go through those. But you can see that this has been years long where councils have prioritized, and what I'm asking for is that the council does prioritize the maintenance of our parks. That's the reason for my presentation. Let's prioritize the maintenance and repair of our parks that clearly, I heard one council member say it's an embarrassment. It is, really. I mean, that's clearly not the same condition that we looked at years ago when we built the fountains and when those pavilions were put in your grandfather Young's park there.
It's Tony Young's park.
Is it Tony? Is it? Grandfather was Tony too?
Yeah,
all right.
you got it.
But that's something that this council could do, is they could say, okay, let's prioritize the parks. And the $5 million number that I threw out there wasn't picked out of thin air. $5 million is realistically what we should throw at the parks to prioritize, to put the roofs back on before they start caving in. It's not just paint anymore. Those roofs are rotted, Howie. They're rotting because they prioritized, and you can't blame staff. It's not staff's fault when things were prioritized and whatever it was, whether it was an extra police officer or a roof on a maintenance building, whatever it was, it didn't go to the parks, and it needs to go to the parks. And you can do that, and you can pull a number out, and I'm telling you, $5 million is not totally unrealistic to put all of our parks, and that includes the marina, back in shape. And if you did that, it would meet, some of it would meet some council members' criteria that the parks generate some money, well, including the marina. They will generate some money. But
thank you, Mr.
we have
Heddy.
to do something to fix them.
Thank you very much. All right, we moved the ordinances up in the agenda, and so we're going to move on to 5A, which is ordinance. And I understand that number 2 is
Public comment.
Public comment. Public comment? Yeah. We didn't do that, did we? I'm sorry.
But we've moved this up before public comment.
Just do the ordinances and then we'll do public comment.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, great, we'll do that. So, and I understand number 2 under ordinances is quasi?
Correct.
Okay. Tammy, you want to read the first one?
Sure. An ordinance of the City of Vero Beach, Florida, amending the comprehensive plan future land use map by changing the future land use designation of annex land from Indian River County designation M1 medium density residential 1 to City of Vero Beach designation RM residential medium for the property located at 3780 Indian River Boulevard, containing 7.46 acres, more or less, providing for an effective date.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Jason Jeffries, Planning Director. These items got two items are public hearings. One is a future land use amendment and a zoning amendment, both on the same property. It's related to a voluntary city-sponsored annexation. The annexation was in 2016. The applicant has now come forward with the request to place the zoning, the future land use designation on the property and the zoning. Location is at 3780 Indian River Boulevard. It's currently vacant land. The proposed land use is RM, residential medium, under our comprehensive plan. There's a map just providing the location there on the north end of the city. The process, this has gone under application review by staff. Staff made a positive recommendation to the planning board. The planning board approved it as providing a recommendation of 5-0, and that was a public hearing, and now this is before City Council for your public hearing. The designation again is the RM. In terms of the land use surrounding the property, there is some city property to the north that's conservation land use. Then the rest of the land is still in the county. Across the street, that is commercial industrial land use under the county's land use designation. And you have residential medium land uses to the northwest and to the southeast of the property. And that or directly to the east of the property. So this provides this residential medium. This is consistent with the annexation policy. We're basically applying the same land use designation that it was under the county, similar land use in the city's comprehensive plan, and it's a good transitional use from the conservation land uses that are to the north and the surrounding medium residential that you have, and then transitional to the commercial uses across the street. The justification, again, this is under policy 1.17. The applicant requesting amendments to the future land use shall be evaluated based on certain policies, which is the goals, objectives of the comprehensive plan, impact on public facilities, and environmental impacts and compatibility of surrounding uses. As I showed, this is compatible with the surrounding uses. Staff did make a finding that it is compatible with all these valuation use of these policies. It's consistent with this policy 1.17. Also policy 1.5, this land use, the residential medium, is again a transitional residential use, basically using moderate densities based on access to adequate public utilities and local streets, and the areas to be a transition from single family and more intensive uses, which that's what this is. So the proposed future land use is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Staff's recommendation is that this is consistent with the city's annexation policy, consistent with applicable policies in the city's comprehensive plan, and we recommend approval of the future land use map amendment to RM residential medium, and the planning board also made that recommendation. And this is a legislative hearing on this particular item. If there's any questions.
Questions from council?
Yes. Is this environmentally sensitive land as defined in the comprehensive plan?
No.
It's not environmentally sensitive?
That's environmentally sensitive land would be more to the east, close to the river, and that would have the conservation land use.
Comments?
Just a curiosity, the stuff to the east of there, is that ever going to be developed, or is that environmental land all to
I believe that is land that is actually owned by the trust.
Okay, so
the trust for
not to be developed.
Right.
Okay.
Wait. Any public comment? Yeah, okay.
Is there any requirement that because it was designated this way by the county that we are, as a city, we are required to designate it the same?
Per the annexation policy, when you have these voluntary annexations, it's when the applicant requests to come into the city, it's the understanding through that policy that you're going to apply the land uses that are similar to what the county's land use is.
I see.
And just another out of curiosity, why would they want to be annexed into the city?
That might be more of a question for the applicant.
Okay.
But what I have heard, and we have a couple other annexations that I'm working with some other applicants on other edges of the city.
Yeah.
And generally, our zoning, our land use policy, our land development code is, what I'm hearing is more friendly to what we'd call infill development. Whereas the county, they have a harder time with these type of smaller projects getting through their site plan process. So it's actually more favorable in the city.
Okay.
I'm sorry, more favorable toward what kind of development?
Infill reuse, when you have reuse of, I know this is particularly vacant land, but I have some annexations that are occurring on the south end on US 1 where you have existing buildings and they're going to be redeveloping the properties.
Yeah. I mean, I just can't see how this will not create some kind of runoff problem, and we hear about that all the time.
I'm sorry, runoff?
It's hard to believe that this will not create some kind of runoff.
Does our city
it's
zoning-
so close to the lagoon.
Being on planning and zoning, my understanding is everything that's developed in the city has to retain all of their
Yes, that's part of the
runoff.
site plan process, and this applicant does have a concurrent application for site plan for development.
And just for the public's information, because that was brought up, what does that mean, that you have to maintain all of your runoff?
That means, and this is more of an engineering question, but basically when any site plan, as they submit and they either get permits through the city, or if they do have to get St. John's permits, they have to ensure that all their runoff is treated and is contained on the property. That's why new development has the storm detention ponds or dry detention.
And this
so they're
differs-
treating it to ensure it
Just
doesn't
for
get
the
in
public information, this differs from older developments where that was not required, and
Yeah, I think you go back 15, 20 years ago, that was not required.
so a lot of the runoff, like stormwater runoff that you get from properties is coming from properties that were developed prior to the new zoning levels that we have in the city. So it's important to know that we've actually addressed this in our city codes, if I understand correctly.
Yes.
I don't want to say anything that's not true.
No, that is true. Obviously, there's always continually improvements, and that's something we're looking with the planning board is if we got to make improvements to our land development code in terms of our development standards.
That was always a concern of mine with regard to the comprehensive plan was infill, which was mentioned in the comprehensive plan more than 30 times. So I'm not a fan of infill. And I voted against it at that time. So.
Is there any public comment on this matter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not really public comment. My name is Bruce Barquette, practice at 756 Beachland Boulevard. I'm an attorney and I represent the applicant for this, and I'm just here to answer any questions. Mr. Scott McGuire is the engineer on the project, and we appreciate the staff report. We think that he's covered all the issues, but if you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Any questions from Mr. Barquette or his client?
I have none.
None here. Public comment? Okay, public comment's closed. Make a motion for approval.
Second.
Okay, Tammy, roll call.
Dr. Sedans?
Yes.
Colonel Young?
Yes.
Councilwoman Moss?
No.
Vice Mayor Sykes?
Yes.
Mayor Howell?
Yes, excuse me.
Passes 4-1.
Second item is quasi-judicial. I'll read the title. An ordinance of the City of Vero Beach, Florida, amending the official zoning map by changing the zoning district designation of annexed land from Indian River County designation RM8, excuse me, multifamily residential to City of Vero Beach designation RM8, residential multifamily residential for the property located at 3780 Indian River Boulevard containing 7.46 acres, more or less, providing for an effective date requested by the Planning Development Director. At this time, I'd like to know if we have any ex parte communication on the board.
Negative.
Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and we'll swear in the applicant, any witnesses, staff.
And any public who is going to make comments on this.
I'm sorry?
Any public who wishes to make a comment on this will also need to be
Thank you.
sworn in.
Okay, so if you plan on making comment on this matter, you need to be sworn in, the public as well.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, did we get everybody? Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll do a presentation for the record on this item. Jason Jeffries, the planning director. This is the zoning map amendment. It's, again, part of the city-sponsored annexation that was a voluntary annexation in 2016. Location is at 3780 Indian River Boulevard. It's vacant land, and the land use that was just adopted for this property was residential medium, and the proposed zoning is RM8, which is a corresponding land use, proposed is a corresponding zoning to the land use, which is residential multifamily. The location is on the north end of the city on Indian River Boulevard. This went through the same process where you had application review by staff, which provided a positive recommendation to the planning board. The planning board held a public hearing. They approved it 5-0, and this is now a quasi-judicial hearing at City Council. The proposed property is within the city. The RM land use was just designated on it. To the north, you have the conservation district, and surrounding land uses on the north side of Indian River Boulevard, which are in the county, have a corresponding land use in the county, which is a residential medium. And across the street to the south of the property is commercial industrial land use in the county. So this provides, again, is a good transitional use from the conservation uses to the commercial uses that are in the county to the south of the property and across the street. And RM8 zoning, which is proposed, this is a corresponding zoning district to the residential medium land use. So in terms of the criteria, this is the staff looked at this for consistency with the comprehensive plan and zoning district standards. Land use objective 1 and policy 1.18, the city shall rezone land consistent with the future land use designation. RMA is consistent with the RM land use designation. Zoning district standards and criteria. The purpose of this zoning is to provide suitable areas for medium density residential development where sufficient urban services and facilities are provided. Those facilities are provided along this corridor. It's adjacent to an urban principal arterial roadway, so this is compatible with that zoning district. And you have nearby medical, commercial, medium density residential areas. This is also compatible with the zoning map designations within the immediate vicinity. The change condition is as recently annexed, and the maintenance of level of service. Specific impacts will be analyzed during the site plan and concurrency during the site plan review process, and capacity, in which time they'll look at capacity for future demand of public facilities and services. And Indian River County does provide the water and service in this area. Maintenance of orderly and logical development pattern. Again, this is consistent with the logical development pattern with residential medium along the corridor on the north side, and you have commercial uses on the south side. And this is consistency with the harmony. This is consistent with the public interest and in harmony with the purpose and intent of the development regulations. And staff's recommendation is this is consistent with the city's annexation policy. It's consistent with applicable policies in the city's comprehensive plan. And we recommend approval of the zoning map amendment to RM8, and which is consistent with the planning board's approval, which was 5-0. And this is a quasi-judicial hearing.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council? And yes, sir.
I move that based on the competent substantial evidence.
We need to hear from the applicant, and we also need to open it for public hearing.
Okay.
I'll get there though. Does the applicant have any questions? Okay, thank you. Moving on, we'll go ahead and do your presentation now then. You're good. No witnesses? No? Nothing? Okay. Any public comment on the matter? Okay, seeing none. I don't think we're going to have any rebuttal or arguments or summations for that matter.
Skippy's turn.
I think if I'm correct now,
you can make your motion.
Make a motion. Thank you.
I move that based on the competent substantial evidence presented and the applicable code provisions, we grant the application and adopt the ordinance as proposed.
I'll second. Tammy?
Dr. Zadans?
Yes.
Colonel Young?
Yes.
Councilwoman Moss?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sykes?
Yes.
Mayor Howell?
Yes. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, we will move on to resolutions.
We have one more.
Oh, we do, I'm sorry. My apologies. Tammy, this is, well, I'll read it. It's an ordinance of the City of Vero Beach, Florida, related to animal control, amending Chapter 14, Animals, Section 14.1, Dogs and Cats at Large Prohibited of the Code of the City of Vero Beach, providing for codification, providing for conflict and severability, and providing for an effective date requested by the Chief of Police. Sorry, I forgot about you.
This was a change in law, but we've been doing this as part of our process of animal control.
Good evening, Mayor House, City Council members.
Evening.
So yes, we, as you know, we have animal control services with the police department, and recent legislation has required us to make some changes in our ordinance with regard to the at-large animals. And as Mr. O'Connor mentioned, we pretty much do this already, but now it's in our ordinance. So we have to do our best to notify owners of cats or dogs that are at large and that come into our contact before we take them to the Humane Society. We try to locate those homeowners via social media, calling out to the Humane Society, seeing if there's a report of a lost animal or cat out there. And we've probably been using the chip reader for close to 2 years already. So we've been doing that once again, the identification chips in many of the pets, animals. We've been doing that probably 2 years already. So much of what we've been doing already is now legislation through Florida state statute, and it's an amendment to our ordinance.
Thank you. Any questions for the chief?
My only question is, this does not in any way increase the allowance of feral cats and all that are spreading rabies and things. Okay, great.
No.
Thank you. I knew that answer, but I just had to.
Yes, sir. Confirmed. Confirmed.
That's right, for the public's knowledge. Any public comment on the matter?
Again, real quick,
Yes,
Mayor, you know, it's important to us, and it always has been. You know where the Humane Society is. It's on 77th Street.
Yeah, it's far away.
So we've always made it part of what we do with animal control is if we find an animal that a cat or a dog or any animal for that may be a pet, to get it back to the homeowner quickly, so they don't have to go out there for one, and that they don't have to go out there and necessarily pay costs to get the animal back. So we exhaust those measures first, and if they end up out there, it's after exhausting certain measures.
Yet another terrific service you've provided to our citizens.
Yeah.
That's great. Any public comment on this matter? Seeing none, I make a motion for approval.
Second.
Great. Tammy?
Dr. Zadans?
Yes.
Colonel Young?
Yes.
Councilwoman Moss?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sykes?
Yes.
Mayor Howell?
Yes. Thank you, Chief Curry.
Thank you.
I just wanted to make, as a physician, I just want to make a public health comment that actually, despite what people think, letting your cats go outside is like a really, really bad idea. Cats in our community actually commingle with raccoons, which are the reservoir for both rabies, but also toxoplasmosis, which is a devastating condition to pregnant mothers. And so all cats should be indoor cats. You really shouldn't be letting your cat go outside. And please, and your pet who you love may get killed if they get outside and they run in the street because they don't know what cars look like. So anyway,
good point.
Yeah.
Good point. Thank you, Dr. Zudans.
Yeah.
Let's go back. I forgot to go back to public comment, general public comment. This was going to happen earlier in the meeting, but do we have any general public comment at this time? Phyllis Fry, you're up to bat.
Phyllis Fry, resident of City of Vero Beach, and I have a question. Are you smarter than a smart meter? Before you answer, you must know that smart meters don't actually raise your IQ, but if you're willing to relinquish your privacy in order to feel smarter, then the smart meter is for you. At a time when cybersecurity is of utmost importance, this surveillance device is about to be installed by FP&L on every residence in Vero Beach. Under the law of implied consent, the smart meter sends your personal information to a database accessed by parties not authorized to share your personal privacy information. The smart meter monitors every electrical outlet in your home, which appliances you're using in your kitchen, how long you use your computer, when you enter your bathroom, when you leave or enter your home, when your security system is armed, when your garage door opens, and much more. FPL has published its smart meter time of usage schedule. It sets higher rates at peak hours of usage. Let's say you come home from work, you want to turn on your air conditioner, cook your dinner, watch television, do your laundry, and use your computer. Not so fast. During these peak hours of TOU operation, your electric bill will be higher. If you cannot be urged to modify your behavior voluntarily and curb your usage, the smart meter can turn off your air conditioner and lights when they say you should. After 1,000 kWs of usage, you'll be charged tier rates for time of usage. If you do not want to comply with FPL's TOU schedules, opting out will cost you a one-time fee of $89 and $13 every month with no ceiling on costs. At the age of 84, my mother sweltered in the summer heat because she was promised by the electrical company that she would save the smattering sum of $14 per month if she signed and agreed to AC being turned off every afternoon for 3 hours by the smart meter. That's one smart meter. Educate yourself. Protect yourself. Visit smartmeter.org and learn all you can about these surveillance devices. Protect your Fourth Amendment rights, the rights of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures. So I ask you again, are you smarter than a smart meter? And the answer is only if you want to be. I'd like to switch subject briefly and say, Mr. O'Connor, this may be the last time I get to thank you, and I don't want to let the opportunity to go by. Thank you. It's been a pleasure. We appreciate it deeply on behalf of so many people. I remember the first thing that we addressed about 7 or 8 years ago was the Beachland Elementary School when they wanted to get rid of the forest there. You worked with us closely, and the late Paul Drittenboss's group and the school. You came to the meetings and you helped us save it, and we appreciate that, and many, many other things since then. So from start to finish, I want to say thank you. You and your wife make this world your oyster. Enjoy every minute of it. You earned it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Fry. The public comment?
I do have a question. Does FPL have tier rates, variable electric rates for residential properties?
Do they have tier rates?
She mentioned tier rates, variable electric rates, depending on your usage level for residential property. Is that accurate?
I'm sure there are tier rates in residential. We had them. I don't know exactly what they were, but they do have tier rates, and the smart meters are an option. You do have to pay to.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Heddy.
Still Brian Heddy, and I still live in Vero Beach, and unless somebody wants to buy me out, and then I'll move back up north.
How much? Cost?
Yeah. Well, you have to buy my house. Buy my house, and I'm out of here.
You weren't expecting.
You're getting me all. I'm off track now. Hold on a minute. But anyway, I was telling Rob that when I first moved to Indian River County, I worked in New York, which sounds ridiculous, but it really wasn't, because I got a plane out of Vero Beach Airport and flew up to New York on Monday mornings, and Friday afternoons I flew back to Vero, and particularly in the wintertime, it was incredible. But as a consultant, as an expert, part of your list of things that you have to meet in order to be a consultant or an expert is that your address needs to be 50 miles away from the town that you're doing the work for. You can't be right in the town. And anyway, so I moved more than 50 miles away, but I could make it to Manhattan faster than my kid brother, who also worked in Manhattan. I could make it to Manhattan faster from Vero Beach than he could from his home in upstate New York between the Metro North and the cab and the subway and everything else to get to work. Anyway, you threw me off. Anyway, there's an election, and I already thanked Tony for allowing that to come up by a candidate, and you, of course, and Moss and Linda Hillman's here, and the people that are interested. And my hope would be that the next city council reverts back to some of the older city councils that put the citizens as their number one priority. They prioritize citizens, and they didn't give them time limits that let people speak until they were done and finished with what they had to say. And it was a much more friendly council meetings, and the truth to the matter is, if you go back and look, the council meetings were shorter when the public was not curtailed in terms of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eddy. Any other public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. For the record, Ken Daig, 1846 21st Avenue. You heard from your Parks Director before. I just want to say my experience with not only your Parks Director and your other department heads, and even what I call the workforce, they are to be commendable. They're very hardworking people. They really worked very hard to hold our city together. In the last number of years, it's been pretty lean, and I'm very appreciative of all your staff and you, Council, for letting them do their job. Also, Mr. City Manager, if I don't get a chance to say goodbye to you, goodbye. And it was very nice working with you and Council. Your manager of the day here was always available for phone calls. He took the phone calls, and he always returned phone calls in a timely fashion. Not only to myself, but other of my acquaintances, he has done that. So your manager has represented you very well. And when he's asked a question, if he didn't know the answer, he would get back. You may have not liked the answer, but he gave you a straight answer. So thank you very much, sir, for your time and your service to our city, and good luck to you and your wife. Thank you.
Any other, thank you, Mr. Day. Any other public comment? Okay, we'll move on to resolutions. Tammy.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Vero Beach, Florida, establishing a special assessment lien in the amount of $4,705 for a septic tank effluent pump step system to serve the real property located at 555 Holly Road, Vero Beach, Indian River County, Florida, providing for an effective date.
As you know, this is because we're carrying a note on this one. Otherwise, it is done administratively, but they have a time frame in which to pay this back. But it is another connection to the step system, which I think has been very successful on the island primarily. And recommend that we allow this to occur.
Questions, Council?
I'm all in favor of the step system, but since we have the opportunity to ask, is there like a limit to, because the step system is not like a regular sewer, is there a limit to the number of people who can connect to this step system?
No, sir, there isn't. It is really like a normal sewer, the way that we're operating it, and the fact that you have to have the line down in front of your property to connect, but once we put the line down, there is no limit. We can...
But I've seen that line that goes down through my front, it went through my front yard, and it doesn't seem like it has an incredible amount of capacity.
It's because it's just liquids that are going into the system.
It's just pressurized liquids. It's
okay.
Like a water line.
All right. I just wanted to make sure that this wasn't going to be like...
Now, the real challenge is going to be in about the 5th or 6th year, we will be in pumping out of those septic tanks, and we will have to do that, so we'll have to start fixing those schedules up to do it, but we'll be able to take the solids out at that time.
Okay. Is that going to change the cost of operating the system?
No, it will not.
Okay.
Because right now, they're paying the same rate you are, and we're treating, not your solids, but those that are on the typical sewer, we're treating both liquid and the solids. In this particular case, we're taking the liquids first, and then the solids will be treated secondly. So the cost of the infrastructure to service a step system is considerably cheaper than having the sewer line going down the middle of the street.
Okay. And I'm all in favor. I signed up. I joined. I'm just asking questions because I just want to understand it better, how it works. Are we relatively early in these step system things compared to other cities, or is this something that's been around for longer and we're sort of like later adapters? Are we early adapters for this idea?
We are early adapters on the east coast of Florida. If you go to the north of us, for example, the system that Rob did a lot of research on was in Tennessee that had this. And a lot of that is because putting sewer lines in Tennessee, because of the chert and the rock and the soil, it was very expensive. So they had to find some options, alternatives. So they've been doing it for several years up there.
Okay. Thank you.
Any questions? Any public comment on this matter? Seeing none,
make a motion to approve.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Dr.
What?
Dr. Sedans?
Aye.
Oh.
Colonel Young?
Aye.
Councilwoman Moss?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sykes?
Yes.
Mayor Howell?
Aye, yes. In an effort to circumvent the city manager, the city attorney, and the recreation director, I skipped over number 4 in the agenda. My apologies. So let's pretty much botch this whole meeting all night. Right. So let's go back to the city council matters, starting with item 1, city manager request for proposals, rankings requested by city council. There you go.
This is the RFP we put out for search firms. We had 3 responses, HR Dynamics being local, Renee Narlock and Associates, and Colin Basinger and Associates. We tried to evaluate those, as you can see in front of you, but you have the name and the background of each one and any information that you need on them. They're all 3 very good firms. I don't think you can go too far wrong on any one. And their prices are pretty similar.
Do you have a recommendation?
Our recommendation would be, based on experience, would be Colin Basinger. But if you were going to go local, obviously HR Dynamics. And I'm a little biased toward them since that's who put me in this position, which is, I'm very glad that occurred. But it's one of those that you have to look at the variances of what they have. The other 2 firms have a lot more experience in the public sector and recruiting of city managers and that type of activity. To my knowledge, the HR Dynamics, I'm probably the only city manager that was recruited and put in place with the community.
Were there any issues in the past? Did we have any issues with any of these organizations?
Well, HR Dynamics, on a search for a city attorney, we did have some complications there. They did not charge us for that search, but we did have some issues.
Mr. O'Connor, have we had any, thus far, have we had any applicants from our area?
We have had some applicants from our area, but have no city manager or county administrator experience. We have, in the last time I heard, were 12 applications we received, and we did not have any that were of well, you know, the guy from Melbourne, McNeese, he is a city manager, but I don't call him local.
Right.
So within Indian River County, we have not had anyone apply that I'm aware of that has been a city manager or a county administrator.
I would not want to consider anyone who has not had city manager experience.
So, so I had just I had a conversation with Jim about, even if we had, and I'm interested in some potential local people that I think would be really good if they're interested in doing it. But even if we were going to go with someone locally, it's not a bad idea to have a search firm to do the negotiation, because it's not something that we want to handle through, because of our status with Sunshine Law, and it's just not something that's easy for us to negotiate. It's actually better, even if we're going to pick someone locally, you still have to negotiate that contract. So I personally believe that it's a good idea to have a search firm, whichever it is. And I'm inclined to go with
somebody local.
Well, I'm inclined to go with not the person who we had an issue at one point with our city attorney, Grace, only because of the first one that you had said was Basinger.
Basinger, yeah.
And that
He has
was
a lot of experience.
That was an outside of town person.
That is correct. He's from Florida, but he's out of the city.
Yeah, that would be my inclination.
I concur.
I concur.
I will tell you, the search firm is the way to go. Anyone in my career field, the last thing we want to do is send a letter to the city and have it exposed and put in the newspaper, here back at his city council, and then you guys say, well, we weren't even going to consider him, and then it jeopardizes. The search firm has the ability to sit down with the individual. Example, when I came here, we met on a Saturday. He showed me around the city. We talked about it, and no public document was created until I was ready to do something. So a search firm, I think, is very important in this. If you pick one, then we need to negotiate a contract and put parameters of what the city council wants. For example, do you want them to give you the top 5, the top 10, or the top 15 candidates in their opinion that fit the criteria that you're looking for? Because, again, the last thing you want, I think, is to go through 75 resumes, and the search firm usually will give you that experience of looking through them. They will also do your backgrounds.
So could you give us your resume, and we'll take a picture of you, and we'll say, we want this guy.
We want you to rehire Jim O'Connor, please.
So do you need to vote on this, or can we just suggest that you use the Basinger group?
You need to vote on it and tell me which firm that you want to negotiate a contract with.
All right, well, I'll make a motion that we use the Basinger group for our search firm.
And I'll second that.
And we'll take public comment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would suggest you putting the cart ahead of the horse. For many years, I've listened to how difficult it was to be a city manager in this city because we had the electric utility, and that was 50% of the city manager's time. If you're going to go out and look for a new city manager, we know what this city manager has commanded in terms of a salary, an annual salary. Half of his work disappeared in December with the utility gone, and I think before you hire a search firm, the first thing that you need to do is sit down as a council and discuss openly and publicly what it is you want to pay the new city manager. And if half of the work went away and the current city manager's at $150,000, then half of the salary should go away. If half of the work goes away, half of the salary should go away. And I would submit to you that the number of applications that you'll get at half the salary are probably fewer than what you'll get. Has the council, did I miss a meeting someplace where the council
If I may interject real quick.
Please.
That's one of the ideas that you would discuss with the search firm, and he can give you the market rates of what it takes to get a city manager, depending on what criteria you want. If you're looking for someone that doesn't have city manager experience, and you'll take somebody that's, doing anything, and if you put in requirements such as you want a bachelor's degree or a master's degree, or if you want a credentialed city manager, which is what was asked of me, then the price does go up some. But I think if you hire the search firm, and then it would be you guys to sit down with that search firm and to talk to the principal, let him or her give you the base of what you're looking for and what they think the market's going to bear on that.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I respectfully disagree that it's not appropriate. It's actually a bad idea to have the city manager or the city council presetting the salary. It really should be commensurate with who you hire and what you're looking for. And we're not qualified. None of us are HR specialists or qualified in determining that. And I think that it would be a mistake for us to overestimate our human resources skills in recruiting that's why you hire a consultant in the first place. That goes back to, like, we may know someone may apply who's an excellent person locally, but there's still value in having a search firm to actually negotiate the contract.
Well, just so you know some of the background, council member, the current city manager, he came to us kind of outside the search firm. The search firm didn't find him. He found the search firm, and there was lots of conversation that are public record.
That's consistent with what I just said, is that even if we know who we want, it's still of value to have someone negotiate the contract.
But the city manager that you have that has ushered you through 10 years of the sale of the utility came to the city without the benefit of a search firm finding him. And I think that, the answer can't continually always be, well, let's find an expert to hire to do this for us. How about council members step up to the plate and do the research necessary and do what is necessary to come up with. And as far as negotiating, you sent council member Moss out with FMPA and OUC and the city manager to negotiate an incredibly huge dollar deal. And so I don't think that council members, all council members at least, don't lack ability. It means sense to me that before you hire a search firm, you need to figure out what it is you really need.
I have 70 employees in a private business, and I trust that we can get better information from a professional than to do it ourselves. So that's my opinion.
And I think the most valid point, Jim was in another position, and it would have been difficult for him to go out and look for something that he really wanted had he not been able to negotiate with the firm. So anyway, I think that's...
Thank you for your input, though.
Thank you, Mr. Eddy.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Hi. David Johnson. I live in the county. I'm the founder and owner of HR Dynamics. My right-hand person, Donna Lehman, now Donna D'Alfonso, is president of the firm. We've been in business for 11 years. We have 5 employees. Office is right up the street. We are a local recruiting, management consulting, human resource consulting firm. Let me first address the issue that was brought up about HR Dynamics and the involvement with the city attorney search. I'll be brief and I can answer more questions. What happened, and a long and involved story, is that just after we had recruited Jim, the city council asked that we go looking for a city attorney, but there were a whole bunch of resumes here. So our role was not really to conduct a search, it was more to go through a whole bunch of resumes And we came up with 3 candidates, went through our normal interview process, introduced those candidates to council. Jim himself spent a lot of time with the candidates, and we decided on one candidate from Ohio, and we particularly liked him because he had been involved in the sale of the water utility, if I remember, in West Palm. Matter of fact, he helped Jim mark up the original FPL contract. So what happened? We did reference checks, and we found out there was an issue in his background, which we reported. We kept it out of the press, and it was done individually with council members what the issue was. And we then decided that was the one, and I was then to go negotiate an offer. But in doing so, I had to do a complete background check, everything, and I found a mistake. He lied to us. The incident that caused the initial problem was repeated, and he had not reported that to us. Very sensitive issue. We wanted to keep it out of the press. But at this time, I had no choice but to make it public. I was asked by council what my recommendation was, and that was not to hire him. There was no cost to the city. Council then decided to move Wayne Clement from the interim position to the full-time position. So yes, we could have done better, but we certainly saved the city any money and any embarrassment. It's part of the recruiting process. Background checks are critical. What I'd like to address this evening, briefly, is a little bit of our thoughts on what this search is going to be like and what we're looking for in the new city manager. And then I'd like to step into a proposal, if you will, to do it a slightly different way. So let me first start with taking you back to a little reminisce here. 2010, the new city council was elected. And 4 of the members had never served before. Tracy, Pilar, Jay, and Brian had never served, had never really worked with the city manager. And Monty had been in the interim position for a good period of time. So we needed a new city manager. And times were tough then. The city budget, the council didn't have confidence in the finance department to produce a good budget. Financial footing at that time was a little bit shaky even. And I think I can say the judgment of council was that city staff was not exactly professional and changes were needed. And with the budget thing, we needed to cut staff. Of course, that council came into office with a sell the electric mandate. And that was a huge focus. But there were all these other issues of how to make city government work. So that's the environment that Jim O'Connor was hired into. And I can remember spending a Saturday evening with Jim and saying, have you made a good list of all the things that need to be done? And it was surprising to me, and this was, he had been city manager in 4 other cities. It's a really unique talent to come into an environment as the top person, the leader, not knowing anything about what's going on here. That's why it was so important in our search to find somebody who had the experience of coming in as the top person, taking over, and starting to make immediate change. And change indeed we need. In the private sector, we call it a turnaround manager. And of course, Jim is always going to best be known as the guy that shepherded through the electric sale. But let's take a look at what he did back then. I think he started in July. Let's say the first 6 to 9 months. Police department reorganized, a new chief, new finance director, able to get budgets in on time now. Council had good confidence that actual versus budget made sense. Union negotiations. And then, of course, he had to cut city staff. The brand new city manager had to cut city staff by 10, I think 15%. And while all this was going on, the new city manager got involved with the community. He was everywhere. I can remember after he'd been here about 6 or 7 months, talking to people in town, and they'd say, hey, the new city manager, I met him, named Jim O'Connor, nice fellow. And you know, I've seen him around a couple of times. Did we ever have a city manager before he got here? That's the impact that he had on this community and the change that the new city manager made to what the history had been. So that was then. Let's talk about now. Look at the big differences. We have a city council, they might have arguments with each other, but we have a city council that knows what it's like to work with a good city manager. We know that there's big shoes to fill, but we also know what the shoes should look like and how big they should be. That was not true before, but this group knows what it looks like and knows how to delegate the authority and responsibility to get things done. They know how important it is for somebody to get involved in the community and to be open and good communicator. You council members are going to be interviewing city manager candidates, and you're going to be asking the question, do you like to get involved in the community? Every city manager will tell you, yes, that's my job. I get involved in the community. And you're going to say, well, yeah, I know you're going to get involved in the community, but what do you do on the weekends? What's your wife do? What charities are you involved with? And I would encourage each of you, I don't know if you've seen this, Lisa Zahner at the 32963 Reporter wrote an opinion piece on Jim a couple of weeks ago, where she and the press described what Jim had done for this town. And of course, it's not too often you see somebody in the press say how great a government official is. You look at that article that Lisa wrote, you say, wow, show that to a candidate and say, this is what we mean by community involvement and being open with the press. So we know how to judge somebody that is going to become the spokesman like our current city manager has. The other thing that's a little bit different now, and it was real good for me to sit here tonight, this is a whole different environment. The issue now is growth. Jim had to turn things around. He had to cut staff. We now have to worry about a city manager that's had experience with growth. Has that city manager had a lot of experience with planning and development? Has that city manager managed staff levels and expenses as the community is growing? All these things will be part, I believe, of your questioning of the candidates. Growth is fun. It's a nice problem to have when you have three corners sitting down there with unbelievable opportunity. But if we see a candidate that has been through that kind of growth, that knows how to work with contractors and private sector consultants and so forth, it's going to make you stand up and say, wow, this is going to be a real help, because this city is growing. So you put all that together and you say, wait a minute. This city manager job in Vero Beach is a great job. I mean, look what we have to offer. Our budget's under control. Our balance sheet is strong and getting stronger. We have a city staff, which I again saw tonight, that I'll put up against any city. Our finance department, our police department.
Mr. Johnson, I don't mean to be rude. Is there a point to the story?
Okay. So my point is, I think we know what we're looking for, and I think the council's in an excellent position to evaluate the candidates. Here's my idea. I do believe we have some good local candidates, and what I think would be interesting is to do a two-step search. That is, for the next month, before the new council is seated, that the local candidates would be interviewed and evaluated by a search firm. And the resumes that are in-house, and I might suggest that we repeat the ads to get some more candidates, those resumes be evaluated so that by early March, for the new council, we will be able to determine whether there are a good slate of candidates among local and resume. If not, then we go do a full-blown search. The issue with my phase one is, as Jim mentioned, it's hard for an employed city manager to respond to an ad. So a good search firm will start networking outside of databases to find people currently employed. You will, if we do this two-step process, the city will miss the currently employed city managers if they just stop at phase one. I do think there's some very good local candidates. There's a lot of reason for local candidates. And HR Dynamics would like to be involved in that first phase because, yes, we want to approach local candidates on a confidential basis. We don't need to make anything public until early March, and they're ready to be interviewed. And as Jim mentioned, that it is important for a search firm to keep that confidentiality. We would also handle what I call the rejections, because if we go through this first phase, we're going to have a lot of local candidates, and why not me? And I don't want City Council to have to answer to individual candidates on why they weren't chosen. That's the job of the search firm. And yes, as Dr. Zuzan said, negotiating the final contract and the salary level with the final candidate must be in the hands of a third party. Candidates are going to see what was paid in Sebastian, the ridiculous number, in my opinion, what was paid in Indian River Shores. And so because the number of employees is cut in half without the electric, does not mean that it's going to be easy to get a top-notch city manager without paying up. And finally, let me ask you this. Those of you on the council, when we did the search for Jim, the involvement of city council members is so important. I look back at my notes, and the average city council member spent 10 hours interviewing one-on-one the final candidates. That doesn't include what happened in public meetings and the preparation of reading the background of people. So it takes your time, and we need your time to get the right person.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Chef Wright, that was a FMPA recommendation, is that right? Or just out of curiosity?
Yeah, we did not have a search firm for Chef Wright. Chef Wright had worked for the city for several years and was on like a continuing contract of some type, but that was not a search firm.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Zudans, to what you said.
I'd like a clarification, because I really don't know what happened with the previous search with the city attorney. I know that we don't want to get into like the details of what it was, but do I understand correctly that there was an initial background search done that did not find things, and then later, after we had made an offer, then it was retracted? What was not what was the issue, but how was the process within the city and the search firm with the city attorney?
I'm trying to recall. The search firm brought us candidates, and did they come from applications to the city? And
regardless of where they came from, what did the search firm do?
They did a background, but I think it was sort of a preliminary type of background on the candidates. And so
they made a recommendation. The recommendation.
Well, actually, there was like 3 that were interviewed, as I recall, David. There were 3 people interviewed in front of the city council, and then the city council ranked them and ranked the individual number 1. And then when that happened, I'm not sure that the search firm did the background as much as the public did the background.
Okay.
That's where a lot of that came from. But it was after the interview, and the 3, and as I recall, 3 people were interviewed.
So the city council ranked them, then someone, not necessarily the search firm, revealed that there was an issue with the first choice.
Yeah, somebody in the public said, wait a minute, I knew somebody in Ohio.
And then do we have a contract with that person, or we made an offer to that person at that point?
We had selected the person as the number 1 candidate, and we were in the process of negotiating.
But we had not made them an offer at that time? Okay.
I don't recall.
Is that accurate? Is that your
No offer was made. That's correct.
The offer was made.
Okay.
I didn't recall the offer being made. I just remember that they did the interview, selected the candidate, and ranked them 1, 2, and 3, and said, this is who we want as our candidate.
All right, what were you going to ask me?
Well, I was going to say, Brian made the comment, like one of the requirements to be a consultant is you live 50 miles away from wherever you're consulting. And
I think that's ridiculous.
But in my opinion, if I had a good applicant, local applicant,
right,
I would see, aside from optics, I would
Right.
see no reason to have
All
a search
else
firm.
being equal, I prefer the local.
Exactly, but I would see, aside from optics, no reason to have a search firm except to say, yeah, we searched high and low, and that makes everybody happy. But seeing that we don't, I tend to go with local talent to...
Don't disagree.
To try and help us with things that we're trying to solve.
Okay.
And I do take value in what you suggest, Mr. O'Connor.
I mean, so, what we're saying though is if you have a professional firm, you can set the parameters by which the firm reaches out. So you're not excluding local talent.
No, not by doing that.
No, you're not. So and so, my preference is to make sure we have a professional agency, whether it's HR or Basinger, it doesn't matter, to do the preliminary work and then refine that so that we then have our input. And we are in a conservative stance. So if something were awry, then the professional should, if they're doing their job, bring that to our attention. So,
right, and what you're going to do, the sequence, you picked a select firm, we negotiate a terms and conditions under a contract for that firm, bring that back to the city council. The representative of that firm is here in front of city council, and we discuss out loud what it is, the parameters you want. If you have preferences to University of Florida graduates or something,
yes,
you just make them aware.
We got that down.
You just make them aware, and then the search firm will usually sit down with each council member, representative, and go through what is the culture that you want to promote. What is it that you want? And then they take that, and that's how they put it into their...
Including local preference and so forth.
Correct. Yeah. And you may have things such as, that you want to, again, going back, a bachelor's degree. You may have it that the candidate will, or the person who takes the job will have to live within the corporate limits of the City of Vero Beach. And you need to make that clear for anyone who makes application that that's going to be something that you will be emphasizing in your discussions, because you don't want somebody that, can't meet one of those criteria of want. They will also ask you, do you want someone with city manager or county administrator experience in the state of Florida? You will say, yes, I want that as a priority. Then the search firm takes that as a priority. And as David says, when you start talking to folks, the ones that you're going to say, you're just not going to make it in this. This is what they're looking for, and you don't quite fit into that bill. And that's what you're really paying the search firm for.
Are you referring, Mr. Jones, to a separate category then, local people who might require confidentiality in order to be considered for the position? Is that...
The confidentiality issue is for anybody that is currently employed. They would want it to become, until, as Jim mentioned, at the very last minute, when candidates had to be, as we say, presented.
So I thought maybe that was what you were referring to when you said phase one. Is that what you were referring to?
What I was referring to as phase one is not looking at the passive candidates, those that are currently employed, but instead starting out by evaluate the local candidates, even those that are currently employed, because we know pretty much who they are, and the search firm would meet with you, and if you have some ideas individually, which local candidates, we would go after those. We would look at resumes submitted and then stop. Wait for the new council to be seated, decide whether at that point we need to do the full-blown search.
I think the question, at least in my mind, is we have a spokesperson here for HR Dynamics, and we don't have one that would be able to tell us how Colin Basinger would approach the same issue.
We can arrange for that. If this is not something you have to do tonight, we can arrange for
because I understand this methodology, but I don't understand what Basinger would do for us.
We can have all three. They'll have no problem coming in and making a presentation to council, and we can, spend a couple hours doing that or something.
I mean, I feel like at some point we're trying to hire a new city manager, not, the HR firm here. So, are we splitting hairs?
Yes.
Yeah, right? So,
I personally am...
I'm happy to retract my motion if council feels that...
Right, I'm happy to retract my second of your motion. But seriously, I do think we should just make a decision. I don't think there's a huge difference between the different organizations. My only reservation was that there was an issue with background checks previously. I'm less concerned about that after I heard the explanation. But I think we should pick either the recommendation that our city manager gave, it wasn't a strong recommendation, but the Basinger or our local option, and we should just go forward because they're going to be about the same cost, and I expect that they're both going to do their job professionally. Do you have a reservation about any of the three that you got?
I have a reservation about that 1-2 step.
Okay,
David,
tell us why.
I think you need to go to a full-blown recruiting if you're going to do that. If you hire the firm, you give them the parameters, I think you need to do the full-blown. We do have some local talent, as we're referring to here, but, I think there are other folks that it could be possibly on the market could bring some new dynamics to Vero Beach and Indian River County. So that's my only real reservation.
This is no offense to you, but I'm just going to say that if my city manager, who I like, is making a recommendation, I'm going to just go with their primary recommendation. So I would go back and just go with if that motion's still on the table, the second's still on the table, and I think we should just do this and move forward.
Yeah, so make your motion.
I already have.
And I already seconded it.
Yeah, we already ready for a vote after public comment.
Yeah, I did not retract it.
You did not retract it, okay.
Yeah, I was on city council when the question came up on that city attorney, and I can tell you that I wasn't happy at the time, but I can also tell you that if I was on city council, where'd he go? If I was on city council right now, I would absolutely hire this man, and his 1-2 approach is dynamite. That's maybe that's a bad choice of words. Is good, and because it considers local. And as mad as I was as a city council member when something came out that he didn't find, it wasn't his fault. And it was good that it finally came out. But if you look in this country right now, in the state of Virginia, that page on that yearbook didn't come out until after he was elected. This gentleman didn't do anything wrong. This gentleman is local. Hire local people, and that's his step, 1-2 step idea, is to let's look at the local people first. So, if you want to vote tonight, that's cool, but vote for this man. And like I said, that's from a council member that was on at the time that he brought both Jim, and I voted against Jim, he knows that, but because I think he found some other people that from private industry that would have done a good job too, and I'm not discounting the job that Jim has done, but rather talking about this man's job and what he brought to city council. You have experience with this firm. He does bring good people to the council for consideration, and what he wants to do is he wants to bring local people first. Damn, do that. Hire a local guy and look at local people first.
Thank you. If I may just have one more comment. My two-step approach comment was in thinking about the election on the 26th and making decision. The proposal that we submitted is a full-blown search. That's what we wanted to do. I just wanted to put another idea in your head, and I think the local candidates might be much stronger than we think to do it that way, but absolutely we could do a full-blown search. And the difference, very simply, between us and the large firm, they specialize in recruiting city managers. We specialize in recruiting people to Vero Beach, of all walks of life. And I feel that to get somebody that's currently employed and convince them that this is the right move for them, it sure helps to have local knowledge to do that selling, that parameters of what the job's about.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I don't think it's any disparagement whatsoever on you if we choose someone else. So just so that's clear. Yeah. Sorry. Is that my fault?
No. It's always your fault.
They got to blame somebody. For the record, hi, Council. Hi, Mr. Mayor. Ken Daig, 1846 21st Avenue. Can you answer this question? What is your time frame before you can actually have a city manager? Do you have any idea? May I ask that?
I think you said before that the earliest we could probably manage it would be by June.
Probably so, because you're going to have to hire the search firm, sit down and give your parameters of what you want with that search firm and what your expectations are. Then they're going to have to go out, and then they'll be talking to people as well. I mean, it's one of those that the connections in the industry is where the discussions will go. So you're talking probably June.
So, okay, thank you very much for that answer. It's fair to say it's June. Just so you all know, I don't think any of you were here when the hiring process took place with Mr. O'Connor. I did follow through on it. It was pretty intense, and it was interesting that he came here to Vero, so I got to know Mr. O'Connor at first hand. I think Mr. O'Connor, what I just said, I think Mr. O'Connor gave you all some good advice tonight how you can move forward. You did ask the question, you got his input, and let's just see what happens. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. No, like I said, I value our city manager's opinion. I don't have any applications for local talent here today, so you guys were making, you made a motion. Let's get a vote. You stick with your motion?
I was just going to say that I am very, always thinking that, we want to hire local. I think in this particular case, and it's absolutely nothing personal, I'm going to defer to the opinion of the city manager because that's who we're looking for, so.
Okay, and Dr. you stick with your motion? Yeah. Okay, so we have a second.
For the same reason.
Tammy, you want to take roll call on this then?
Sure. Dr. Zidans?
Yes.
Colonel Young?
Yes.
Councilwoman Moss?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sykes?
Yes.
Mayor Howell?
Yes. Thank you. And thank you for coming tonight.
So what I'll be doing is contacting Colin Basinger and Associates and working out a contract that I'll bring back to the City Council.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay, moving to discussion of City Attorney's position. This is requested by Tony Young.
Yes, very succinctly, now that we are in a position where we have one attorney in our city attorney's office, I thought that it would be appropriate to go back in, as we're looking for a city manager, put out a search for a city attorney and let all individuals apply that are interested.
Did we have a resignation in the city attorney's office?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm unclear. I kind of thought we had all agreed that Kira was we were gonna try her out for 6 months. That was my understanding.
Or 3 months or something like that.
My understanding was that she was an interim, and at this time, because of like I said, the circumstance, we need to go ahead and move forward with a search or an application review process to support finding another member of the city attorney's office, and I don't want to restrict that
to the lead or the assistant, right?
Right. I'm going to ask the question again. Do we have I'm missing something. Do we have someone who, other than Wayne Kamen, who resigned?
Yes.
Yes.
So we're down to one attorney.
Yes.
So
We're down to me.
Okay.
As of February 22nd. So the question amounts to this. I can continue to act as the city attorney. Whomever you are appointed, if you appoint somebody else as a city attorney, you would not necessarily have to hire another assistant city attorney until we get a feel for what the workload is and the budget process. If you appoint me as the final city attorney, then I would need to hire an assistant city attorney. So it is amounting to, my application has been provided. I would not oppose being offered the job, but if you decide that you want to offer it to someone else, I'm okay with that too. I don't care either way. But it really does amount to, are you going to keep it at 2 attorneys in the office? If so, you hire somebody above me. If so, I hire somebody below. That's your choices.
Just out of curiosity, Kira, do you want the job? Because, it sounds...
I will take the job.
That's not the question. Do you want the job?
Yes, I would want the job.
And I just, my only thing is, and we've brought up some good points in the past, that having now completed the sale of the utility system, I would want to hear some real serious justification for why we need an additional assistant attorney.
No, I think what we're saying, though, is
you definitely need 2 people.
We need 2 attorneys.
It wasn't just Wayne who resigned. It was also
and Stephanie. And Stephanie too.
Yeah,
that's what I'm missing. Then.
Yeah, that's what I was missing initially too. I was unaware of that. So
where we had 3, where you're down to 1.
So I'm very much in favor of trying out the idea of 2 city attorneys. I am personally very comfortable with the continuity of Kira in the position, that she is capable of doing it. She has extensive experience with multiple cities, and she knows our city, and so I'm, for at least the time now, or in my opinion, I'm fine with the idea that she becomes our city attorney, and I think we should be looking at an assistant city attorney. That's my opinion. And I understand that there may be different opinions, but I think that's the route that we should go down.
And I would offer this, that is part of the contract, have it be a 6-month probationary period, just like you do with any other type of new hire.
I like the idea of the continuity, especially since we're losing Jim. So I'm on the same page with you. I guess we still need to go through
we would still need to be looking for an assistant city attorney, because it is too much work for one person. It's not a...
Mr. O'Connor, because I don't have any reason to say that Kara can't do the job correctly, but if we're looking for an attorney, whether you put the city in front of that or not, are we going to get resumes from people who would fit either position? In other words, would it be a situation in which we're going to have people who would qualify as either the head attorney or an assistant attorney? That way, when we get the resumes in, we can say, okay, we can look at it and say, which one fits the peg, the square, the hole, which peg fits the hole the best, right? So does Kira remain and we have an assistant attorney now, or can we only do one or the other?
Well, if you do the selection and we advertise for a city attorney, and you get those in, but you guys make the selection. Now, if you're looking for an assistant, then Kara would do that because that's who she would have to work with. But if you advertise for a city attorney, then you could get a mixture of what you've got, and you decide that, and let's say this takes you 3 months, you're very satisfied with what Kara's doing, then whoever you select out of whatever group that you get, you could say, instead of a city attorney, attorney, you're going to be the assistant city attorney. You know, just make it known that you're looking for a city attorney now, and if Kara fits the bill, that's who you're going to hire as city attorney.
So I think that, yeah, that goes back to the idea that the city council is only responsible for three employees in city government. It's the city attorney, city manager, city clerk. And so if it's someone who's being hired in one of those departments, it's really not our business. Our business is to make sure we have the proper head of that department. So if it's assistant city attorney who's working in the city attorney's office, that's the job of the interim or the current city manager or city attorney to decide.
Yes,
I think this is just my opinion. We should decide whether or not we want to have Kira in that probationary 6-month period as our city attorney, and if that's what we decide, then we should let her look for an assistant city attorney. If it turns out that she's not up to our liking or the liking of the next city council, those 3 positions serve at the will of the city council, and then at that point you would look for a new city manager. City attorney.
Well, that's the thing. The city attorney is a charter officer, right. One of the 3. We haven't. So we're not just hiring an attorney. This is a charter officer.
As we did last time, though, I hate to put you on the spot, but I'd like to defer to you and get your opinion, frankly.
Well, Kara and I have talked a little bit about this. In my opinion, what you should do is go out for a city attorney, then you're gauging her against other applicants for the city attorney.
That's what I would
And if you do that and you find somebody that's better than her, then obviously she has told you she would stay on as the assistant, and now she would have to get along with the new city attorney. If your applicants fall below what Kara has, then out of those applicants, you're liable to be able to, or Kara may be able to pick somebody out that she would have as her assistant.
Fair enough.
That's what I was trying to put into words.
So can would everyone be okay if we instruct Basinger to also look for a city attorney? We'll review those applications and go.
I think what Jim just said is
perfect.
Yes.
Just be aware then that the work coming out of the city attorney's office after February 22nd, when Stephanie leaves and she's actually, taking time off and doing stuff before she starts her new job, that the workload will not get done when you have just one person. So I would request for an expedited path for the city attorney position.
I'm fine with that. And,
that makes sense.
And even in that position, if there isn't someone there, she has to.
And just outside. I was going to say exactly that. I was going to say that in the event that we have a situation where we cannot meet our legal requirements, we may have to temporarily outsource some legal services, or hire
somebody as a temporary attorney.
Right.
Sure.
And yes. And so if you can look into that in the meantime, so that we at least have sufficient coverage.
I'll work with Kara on that as to how we get that coverage, and at the same time, I will pass on to Basinger and get a new proposal from him looking for a city attorney as well.
Perfect.
Okay. Thank you. Good. So we all understand the marching orders then.
Yeah, just out of curiosity, when you talk to Basinger, should it be made? I think it should be made clear, but you can tell me that it may be for either a city manager or assistant city manager position, so that people who are applying understand. You know what I'm saying.
We're getting tired.
It's 9 o'clock. You know what I mean. City attorney, or it may be a city attorney or a assistant city attorney position, so that you get the full range of applications.
But I'll make it also clear to him, if it's an assistant city attorney and Kara's the selected one, she's the one that will make that selection.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. So that's settled. So it's been another 2 hours and maybe even 20 minutes. So let's do another 5-minute recess. Come back at 9:05.
Thank you.
All right.
I need to stretch.
I'd like to get off the second page of the agenda.
But the second page may not really be the second page. I think it may, whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever.
How long is your pavilions thing?
whatever y'all want to do, we can move. I mean, you want me to go through that? That shouldn't take long.
Well, at least I didn't front load the agenda this time, did I? Come on, come on.
right.
I didn't see, don't blame it on me.
And there's probably some stuff on here that we're,
Yeah, I got one thing left, that's it.
so do you want to take the recess or?
We can take 5 minutes.
Sure.
5 minutes. Come
5
on.
and now it would be
I need to
9:06 when we
stand
come
up.
back.
Thank you. Oh.
Thank you.
Council matters number 3, fees for renting pavilions at their parks and naming of recreation facilities requested by Councilman Young.
Okay, very quickly, if you look on the second page of the handout, there's a notice that are pinned on some of the pavilions. It says, "Welcome to the pavilion," whatever number it is, beginning January 5th. Use of the pavilion is by paid reservation only. Input that I've gotten back from the community is that they would prefer the opportunity to have that amended so that the pavilions are available on a reservation basis, and then if they're not reserved, then it becomes on a first-come, first-served basis. You can see my notes there. The resolution 2018 in July implemented this, but a part of the wording for the resolution was that that the impact of the fee should not unreasonably hinder wide public participation, and I feel that the fees for the pavilions has resulted, the mandatory fees for the pavilions have resulted in that. So as you can see my notes there, recommend that the pavilion fees be modified, as I said, and that consideration for the other fees in the resolution could be done at a later point if we see that there's input from the community and budgetary necessity.
Councilman Young, I couldn't agree with you more. I was unfortunately under the impression that we did set it up just as you described. In other words, you can reserve it or you can risk it and come on a first-come, first-served basis.
That was actually my understanding as well.
Yeah.
So maybe that got miscommunicated in the whole thing.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be that, yeah, if you got there early and no one had reserved it, but if you reserved it, it was there for your family or event that you had planned. And
exactly.
That was my understanding also.
Yeah.
Okay, Rob Slezak, Recreation Department, no problem. This pavilion is reservable. That's where we're going to change the language.
And have some kind of system up there that if someone did pay for that reservation, that the other people are fully aware that they're not to use.
We will have a sign that says reserved.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have
or you
those
could
being
just
made.
email them a receipt that they could show the person that's sitting in the pavilion.
Well, they shouldn't have to. They shouldn't have to be.
We
put in
want to
that
have
position.
something so that way if you come early, you're going to know that there's a sign that says it's reserved. So that way you're going to go and look and go, oh, I'm going to go over to this one or I'm going to go to that one. It gives it, and we want to do this. We're going to do this citywide. We're not going to just do. The idea here is also to have this become citywide and not just be. We started with JC South and Humiston, so. Now, folks, because we've gotten this, we've gotten phone calls saying, hey, can we reserve these instead of having to come, first serve? Yes. So the idea is one that when people, if they have a sign that says it's reserved, they won't use it, and then they'll just go off to another one.
Methodology is much better. Yeah. I've frankly gotten complaints from people like, are you serious? Is this real?
Yeah, and that's definitely been going around.
But my question is that there's no real undue burden on you to send someone out to go put that reserve sign?
No, I've talked with Nanette Haynes. She seems to be very comfortable that if we have a sign and we have a certain sign that we want to do, where it's just all he's going to have to do is this, either do that up or down, and locks in, and that's it. And we're only doing them for a day. We're not doing more than one a day. So the idea would be they would just go out that morning and shoot. This is Alligator. This is number 4, and this is number 7.
And the second part on that, Mr. Mayor, it was that we continue to proceed with the option to do naming rights, and I understand that it's in the draft and it's going to come to us shortly.
Yeah, it will. And one thing I want to do is I will get this out to you guys. We will have this. I have, I said 3. Well, Well, I have 4. I had someone else who just came up to me while we were having the meeting today. So we have the draft policy. We have a number of things on it, a number of places with the amounts and everything, and I really want to move forward on this because there are people who are really excited about the naming rights opportunities. I've got 2 of them that are very serious.
Appropriate or not, but and frankly, if anyone's donating for naming rights, they're probably not caring too much about the fee, but should we say, hey, if you donate, name this thing, you can call and reserve it without paying the fee? It's your thing.
We'll work through those.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay,
absolutely.
great.
And the other thing is we're going to be looking at, Brian Hetty mentioned all those small pavilions. The idea is getting those named as well. I'd love to have sponsors.
I mean, we should take whatever opportunities out there for naming. I mean, if we want to have the young toilet on Riverside Park, that'd be all right.
Hey, if you want to do that, go for it.
You got priority too.
Yeah, membership does have its privileges.
I will take that under advisement.
Thank you.
Tony, you ought to take an expensive one at the marina.
Yeah.
The young commode.
The young
commode? Yeah, I like that.
The last thing I want to say, and I'm just going to keep this real short. I want to thank Jim. He's been a phenomenal boss, a phenomenal leader. I'm not sure if I'm going to have another council meeting to say that. And him and Sherry have been tremendous. Great communicator, great leader. We are going to miss him as well. And I really appreciate everything he's done for us.
Thank you, Rob. We couldn't agree more, Rob.
You sure you want to stay in Vero? We might all be knocking on your door.
We're flagging your orders. I keep telling you that. You're not going anywhere.
All right, great. Thank you for that, Rob. Number 4 is items for
Yes,
Laurel.
and we've already discussed this. There's only one thing that I would say about it, and that is item H on here, which is the statute having to do with a referendum. And my thought on that was I was planning to have Kira talk about it, and that had to do with the idea that the people of this city have spent so much money. This is Dodgertown. We're back to Dodgertown, but you spent so much money. It'll be $14 million, including the debt service, so much money over so many years. And remember, it was the City Council of 2005 that made the purchase, so it's 14 years, $14 million, 14 years, a huge amount of money, over a long period of time. I thought that you deserve the right to vote on this, that you decide as individuals and have a referendum for it. And that was why I had this on the agenda, but this decision has been made, so we can go forward to the next matter, which is a special election. And I just, to recap just very briefly, the information with regard to the special election, the date for it is Tuesday, February 26th, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. There is no early voting. I'll repeat that, no early voting. So don't go to the library. You must report to one of the 5 city precincts, depending upon where you live.
Or you can do absentee ballots.
Or you could, right, the vote by mail is available, thank you. Vote by mail or report to your precinct on February 26th from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. This information is available. Leslie Swan prepared a Vimeo on it, which is available on voteindianriver.com. It actually comes right up. It's on the face page, so you can see. It lists the precincts. If you're not sure which precinct you are in, it will give you that information. And it also is available on the city website, which is COVB, City of Vero Beach, COVB.org. Thank you.
Thank you. Public notice items for future public hearings?
So I don't mean to drag this on, but the second item was the contracting supervisor election services. Did we get information back on that?
Yes, that's, Kira's been handling that.
Well, Tammy has been talking with Leslie. The one issue that I see as far as doing this is that our city charter says that Tammy is the supervisor of election. So the best way to handle this would be to amend the charter to allow her to contract out the services.
Do it.
Sounds fine.
Yep.
So that would be a referendum vote in November.
Well, before we get to that point, and I'm not for or against that, I'm just saying that can we...
I'll let Tammy
Can we
go
find
over-
out what it would be involved if we did contract and
Well, that's what, Tammy could address that.
I actually have passed out some information to you, and it is, right, it's a couple options that you have. Option number one would be if the candidates were elected every 4 years, and that is really not an option in our city. We have taken it to referendum. In fact, we took it last year, and the voters turned that down. So we have option number two, which, as you could see, it would be a little bit different in the even years and the odd years, depending if there's a general election or not. Looking through that and going to what it would cost to do this, you're looking at about 25 cents per registered voter. In a year when there is a general election, it would be probably about $7,000. That's $2,000 more than our regular election. In a year when it's just a municipality election, we're looking at about $26,000, $2,000 more than what we normally have, $27,000.
And that's the cost to do this on a continuing basis?
Yes. Yeah, she's going to be charging us 25 cents per voter. Now, you will see that there will be some changes with the qualifying period. For the even years that coincide with the general election, because she would be having an election herself with the different candidates, she would like the qualifying period to be the June 20th through the June 24th, or whatever it falls in that year. That's what it was this year.
Okay. So one thing, okay, so about the idea that changing to the 4 years, that's not politically viable. But I will tell you that ideally, and I'm not planning on running for city council again. So this is not like something I'm doing for a strategy for myself. What I'm saying is, though, that I think ideally the city council would be elected, all 5 people would be elected every 2 years. And you wouldn't have these odd year elections anymore. And in order to transition, you probably would have to do an election, because it's not politically feasible to extend an election to 3 years. It's probably the next odd year election, like in 2021, you would have to do a 1-year term, and then after that, everyone would be in 2-year terms. That would and that would actually save the city, the cost of all those odd year elections, and maybe the way to go if and especially if you had to go in to change the charter in order to do it. That's probably the appropriate way to transition to just do even year elections if you really wanted to have the supervisor of elections handle elections. Just my thought on the way you would do that if you really wanted to do it.
My thinking is that the last election was poorly managed on a number of levels, but I have still a lot of faith and confidence that the City of Vero Beach can conduct an election. We've been doing it for 100 years, and to pay another agency to assume responsibility, which we can easily handle and have demonstrated that we can handle it. All that we need to do is make the changes that were recommended in the ordinance. That would be my strong opinion in this regard. I think to ask Leslie to assume responsibility of additional election functions sends the wrong signal.
Well, at least our current supervisor election is incredibly capable and and I think there is a value that you cannot place on feeling on the integrity of elections. And it's embarrassing, Florida keeps having these issues of over and over again of how elections are run, and I think it's incredibly important. Like one of the most important things is that people should have confidence in the integrity of elections, and so I personally fine. I mean, if the majority of the city council, I mean, this is something, if you're going to change the charter, it's going to go to the voters, and the voters can decide whether they think it's a value to switch it. It's not like a strong issue that I have feeling on either side, but I do think it's incredibly important that we have integrity in our elections, and if that means that we have someone who is respected, who's running our elections, I don't have a problem with spending the money on it just to make sure that...
There's no integrity right now. Right now, there is zero confidence. I'm out there all the time. People are very upset. Just the fact that it happened one time, that's one time too many.
So what we're saying is we lack confidence in our own staff, and one strike and you're out. I disagree totally.
You're talking about 14,000 votes that were voided, and it wasn't the staff, it was the city council. That was by vote of city council. And you were the swing vote. You're the cause of this lack of confidence.
I'm the cause for the lack of confidence.
Nobody's blaming the staff.
It's on Tony Young that there is a lack of confidence in Vero Beach on the election process.
I don't know that
I disagree.
I don't think that's the appropriate way to phrase it, but I do think that our job, let's get beyond the personal stuff. Look, this is about...
It's a fact.
What do we do to
It's actually not factual. I was a swing vote.
Let's... You made the motion. Mr. Young seconded it, and
Mr. Howell seconded it. Mr. Young was third. Let's just talk about what is the best way going forward to make sure that people have confidence in the system, and that's really all our job is. And if the best way is to have a supervisor election who everyone seems to have confidence in, handle our elections for the city, and it's about the same cost that we're spending for doing it ourselves, I think that that's not a bad idea. And I think that in the end, if that's put to the voters can decide if they want the city to continue to handle the elections, or if they feel more comfortable having the supervisor election and handling elections. I think that's a reasonable thing to ask the voters what they want. That's my opinion.
I think it's one of the only times that it's really appropriate for a referendum vote, because it's about voting, right?
It's a good one.
We are. This is a representative government, so generally I'm opposed to referendums. But in this particular case, you're asking the public, where is your trust? And that's what we're going to get an answer to.
So put it on.
And I agree with Dr. Zudans, by the way. I think eventually the city will need to go to 4-year terms. The majority of cities...
I didn't say 4-year. I said 2 years, but everyone getting elected in even years all at once will actually save us money. Right.
Because the off years, very few people vote. I mean, that's a matter of record. So, you don't get that voter turnout. So eventually, and for the community, this is Florida League of Cities. Their data shows that the majority of cities in the state of Florida have either 3 or 4-year terms for their city council.
I don't disagree. I mean,
not 2-year terms, and it's not self-serving because I won't. I'm not going to run forever either. Well, age given.
So do we need to take action on this?
So what I will do is draft an ordinance that would call for a referendum with the language that would be proposed on the referendum. What I'm hearing is there would really be two questions. One being allowing the city clerk to contract out for the supervisor of election services, and 2 would be going to all city council members having a 2-year term elected in the even years.
And you would have to have at least one election where the odd year would either be a 1 or 3-year, and I would suggest the 1 year because that sucks for people running in the 1 year because then you got to run again the next year. But at the same time, the public has said multiple times that they don't want anything more than the 2 years, and it's less likely to pass if you do 3 years than if you do 1 year.
And just to be clear, those will be 2 separate items to vote on.
Correct.
Okay, good.
Okay. Good enough for that. All right. Excuse me.
Public hearing notice.
Yep, public hearing notice, items for future public hearing.
Okay, the first one is actually going to be held on March 5th, 2019 at 5 o'clock p.m. An ordinance of the City of Vero Beach, Florida relating to the tree replacement fund, amending Title 7 Land Development, Chapter 72 Landscaping and Tree Protection, Section 72.43 I-1 of the Code of the City of Vero Beach, providing for codification, providing for conflict and severability, and providing for an effective date. The next one is for a public hearing to be held on February 19, 2019 at 3 o'clock p.m. An ordinance of the City of Vero Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 30, Section 30-2 of the Code of the City of Vero Beach, Florida, related to amend the definition of qualifying period, amending Section 30-3 to provide the city clerk to inform candidates of missing or incomplete filings requiring check to be signed by the treasurer or deputy treasurer, and stating acceptance of check does not prevent finding a person did not qualify later, and amending what forms the clerk may and may not accept prior to the qualifying period. Section 30-6, removing the canvassing board from the qualification decision-making process, clarifying Chapter 106 Florida statutes, application to qualification, and directing individuals with stating to pursue litigation to challenge qualification, providing for conflict and severability, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date. Okay.
Moving on to appointment to board commissions.
Okay. The first one is the Planning and Zoning Board. Mr. Richard Cahoy serves as the alternate member on this board, and he would like to be reappointed. We do have one application on file, and it's from a Mrs. Nellie Santa Marina. She did inform me that she does travel out of town quite a bit. She's in town about 10 days a month, and the Planning and Zoning Board is one of those boards that meets twice a month.
Yeah. It's unfortunately that work. So we will reappoint I'm sorry.
The standard policy is we announce it, and then the next meeting we would.
We announced it last meeting.
Oh, we did, okay. All right.
So.
Motion to reappoint Mr. McCoy.
Seconded.
Yeah, I would too, second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
Okay, in the Tree and Beautification Commission, there currently is one full position and two alternates position open on the Tree Commission, and we did receive an application from a Mrs. Catherine Booth who is interested in serving.
Okay.
This one has been.
Yeah, it's been announced many times. So motion to appoint the person who is interested. She is a city resident?
She is not. She's a county resident, but that board does allow.
Does allow.
A mixture.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Is that it?
No. I did receive an application this morning from Norman Wells, who is interested in serving on the Fire Pension Board, and that one has been open for the last year.
Awesome.
I'll make a motion to appoint Norman Wells to the Fire Pension Board.
I'll second. Everybody will second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Great, motion carries.
And just very quickly, I had given you a memo concerning the commission and boards. I know you kind of asked me, and I worked with the city attorney's office to look at if there were any of the commission and boards that we could combine, because we are having such a problem filling some of the vacancies. Just some of the suggestions that we came up with. We're looking at combining the Marine Commission and the Recreation Commission, combining the Architectural Review Commission with the Planning and Zoning Board, and having a magistrate handle the Code Enforcement Board. I did provide you with copies of how often that these boards have been meeting, how many meetings that were held this year, as well as some of our boards are regular commissions, some are regulatory boards, and some are statutory boards, which we can't do too much with. But I just wanted to pass this out for information tonight. At our next meeting, we will have all the reports from the different commission and boards, so we can bring it up back then and discuss it. But this is just mainly for information purposes, and if you have any suggestions, please feel free to get with me and we'll talk about that further.
I'd like to note, though, that with the Planning and Zoning Board, combining it with the Architectural Review Committee, because that one requires architects, and the Planning and Zoning Board is individually appointed by the individual council members. you really can't have a required type of occupation. An alternative that we have thought about is combining the Historical Preservation Commission and the Architectural Review Commission, because I think the historical requires an architect, so that would, and they're all appointed as a whole from the board. So
the tree beautification might fit in there too. Combine 3 of them.
Well, yeah. And I think even with the Tree and Beautification Commission, staff handles a lot of the requirements that the Arbor Day Foundation, who oversees Tree City USA, so the absolute need for an individual board is not required, so they could be absorbed as well.
That would be good. And on the replacing the code enforcement with a magistrate, tell us about how that works.
Well, our code already allows for a special magistrate to be appointed, and basically the special magistrate would sit in lieu of the code enforcement board. They would be responsible for drafting and doing the orders, which would relieve some of the workload for city staff as well. It's become a more common method of code enforcement across the state, and our ordinance already provides for the ability to appoint a special magistrate.
As far as cost to that, is that an attorney that's
yes,
doing
that would be usually an attorney that is that.
And is that a lot more costly than having a code enforcement board to the city, or?
Yeah, like 100%.
All right, well, maybe we should discuss that then.
Yeah, I think we should.
Well, my point of view on that is, if you're in dire need to make that change, then you have to make it, if that's your only choice. But when you have a board, you're at least representing different groups of people, whether you want to or not. You have certain individuals that believe in certain things, and so you get a good spread of what might be representative of the community. I wouldn't be for a magistrate unless we couldn't put a quorum together,
right,
and we were in a dire need situation, in which case you'd have to.
Were you on code enforcement before?
Chairman.
You were chairman, yeah. I thought so.
I did actually have someone call this morning that was a city resident, had served on our planning and zoning board a number of years ago, that was interested in being on the code enforcement board.
Oh, do we have a shortage on our code enforcement board?
Yeah, we have 3 openings that have been open for a long time.
Here's the public notice.
Okay.
It's dwindling, unfortunately, like many other board.
Well, I mean, and even like, so if the other option is that that tree beautification, a lot of those people who are on the tree beautification might be people who would be inclined to be on code enforcement. So maybe it's tree beautification you combine with code enforcement and try and get some more people on there, because that's sort of along the same lines of.
Well, the code enforcement is a regulatory board, and the tree and beautification is an advisory board. They really have different roles. I think the tree and beautification would be better wrapped up into the planning and zoning board, or combining the architectural review commission, the historic, and maybe tree.
The only reason I suggested it is because those same people might have a similar interest, but.
I will say that the tree commission, that's a very dedicated group.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd like to mention too, for anyone who's on any of these commissions, Marine Commission, et cetera, next meeting when we discuss this again, we'd certainly love to hear your input.
Yeah, that's right.
That's all I have.
We all clear there?
Yes.
Great. City manager matters.
I've got a couple items. One is I was requested to draw up a RFP for a consulting firm to provide planning services for the Three Corners site. Jason Jeffries actually put it together, but he would be heading up this effort. Each council member should have received a copy of that RFP. If you have no objections, we will put this out on the street and proceed. It is very broad in nature, so there may be sticker shock when it comes back, but at the same time, we put in elements that you can pull out if you choose to do so.
issues such as how many public meetings are you going to have? If they're too expensive for those elements, you could reduce the number of public meetings. But we tried to devise this based on my conversation with you guys, that we would have an outreach to the entire community and not focus just in one area. And so that's what this has done, is tried to have, we would have meetings in various parts of the community and the city to talk about it.
I think that's essential, that whatever happens there is like the next big thing for the city of Vero Beach. Is we sold our electric, and it's not in the city limits, but we have a new Cleveland Clinic coming to town. We've kind of decided we're going to move our water and sewer to the airport. And then the next thing that's going to affect what happens in the next 50 years is what happens at those three corners. And so it has to be it has to be like really bought into by the public. And so.
But this is as broad as Jason and I could put together. And so, but again, I just don't want you to get sticker shock when you see it come back. And if we need to pare it down after you hire a consulting firm, then we can work on that. Jason's very good. He knows some of the firms who can't really do the job but may bid on this, but at the same time, we know some of the quality firms that would.
Jason, what is your experience with handling something similar to this in the past?
In the past, in my last city I worked for, I worked with the city. We did a riverfront master plan. Now, it was public property, already was a park, but the city was trying to reorient it in terms of the revitalization efforts they had in downtown. We had a lot of community involvement. And it was a series of public meetings. You have what they call the charrette meetings, where you bring all the public, everyone from the community. I think we had at least 3 of them. And then they also presented alternatives, where we did, where we had like 3 alternatives for the park design, and we had a creative way of getting the input so the meeting would be productive. And then also because this was in the downtown area, there was a whole process there where it was the local business owners were very involved. So you do this multi-layered, so you get the multiple types of input in the project. So the same type of process I would think you would design here.
How long did that process take you?
Well, now they were trying. Here you're trying to do a concept plan, so you're not quite going to the level that they did, because they went into a whole master plan of a riverfront park. The public process I'm talking about was probably a 3 to 4 month process, but because they were going to a final of a very detailed master plan to get it finally approved. I think it took probably, I can't remember, 6 to 9 months.
So in my mind, I'll just go ahead and double that number.
Every communities have some of its same issues, but
did they do things? How did they one of the things I would like to see is, I would like to see how they're going to engage the full public, because sometimes we end up with some people are very interested in things going on in the community, but sometimes there's a lot of people in the community who they want things to be good in their community, but they don't necessarily want to come out to city council and speak, or how do you engage all of the public in something like this, not just the most vocal and active people?
Right. Well, one of the elements that's been placed in here is if you look at D, it talks about develop and conduct a online stakeholder survey. This is something a little newer. Didn't really do it with the process I did with the riverfront master plan, because that was maybe going back 10 years ago, but I know a lot of communities have been using this process to get at the issue you're talking about, to make sure that the entire community is engaged in a planning process. So it's not just the public meetings where you have let's say the people that always come out to the same meetings. This is a way to really get at, from a scientific process, of what is the community input on a concept, on the plans.
How do you get people to do that, though?
That's within the outreach. So then it talks about in this if I remember right, well, under C, that's in terms of how we, get the message out, in terms of either online, Facebook, social media, press releases, to make sure people are engaged. And the firms, if they are experts in this, will know how to engage in this type of process.
So they're likely to give, like when they make their presentations to us after the RFP, they're likely to tell us how they've done this in another community and how they engage those people, and then present that to us as the idea of how they could get people engaged in our community. Are they likely to just stick within our city limits, or are they likely to involve the surrounding community, or is that something that we would decide in our
That's what we direct them.
Okay.
Yeah, that's something we direct. I mean, really, I was thinking just really in the city, but if you want to go beyond the city, I mean, that's something you could just do as part of as you outline the process.
Okay.
Yeah, you're going to be sitting down with probably 3 firms and talking about this and giving your opinion of what you're looking for before you make the final selection.
Great. I'm all for that.
I think it's the most important thing that the next city council will do, so.
Without question.
We'll put it on the street then, proceed with it.
Yep.
Very good. Thanks,
like
sir.
I say, Jason will probably be the guy heading it up on your behalf.
Congratulations.
You mean you're not going to be here for this?
I'll participate online.
Okay,
Okay, we have the payoff series of our Marina loan and our Dodgertown loan. Just for your information, we did present this to the Finance Commission, and they voted unanimously to support paying off both of these loans. Also, the Marine Commission voted unanimously on the Marina payoff as well. But Cindy?
Certainly. Last year in April, we had a series of recommendations as to what to do with residual proceeds from the electric sale. And the paying off of these 2 loans, the Marina loan and the Dodgertown loan, were in those recommendations. Those were unanimously endorsed by the Finance Commission, and they ended up in your adopted budget for 18-19. So now we have the proceeds, and so we're bringing this back to you to move forward with it as budgeted. As we talked about in the past, both of these loans, and we'll take them one at a time, but they're very similar, have prepayment penalty clauses in them that take into account an adjustment for the taxable rate as well as some earnings at the Treasury rate. And at the end of the day, the cash savings from paying off these loans are actually better than we thought when we put the budget together. It's a savings from the total amortization. It's even lower than what we budgeted, but the present value savings are pretty minimal, essentially flat. You'll see one of them's $7,000 in present value savings, one's like $12,000 in present value loss, but that's at the city's assumed investment rate of about 1.2%, which is probably a little optimistic. So essentially on both of these, you'll save cash, but the present value of your savings, it's kind of a wash. So when you put the numbers aside, let's talk about the Marina loan. The real reason I think to do the Marina loan payoff is that no matter what you do with the Marina, whether we keep it and run it ourselves, which is our current course, or whether we decide to lease it out or have a management firm run it, the problem remains that with this debt service in place of about $335,000 a year, you have no money to put into the Marina in terms of capital. So you pay this loan off, you have cash savings, it's a wash present value-wise, but now you have $335,000 a year that you can start to tackle the Marina master plan once we have that and begin to make improvements to the Marina. If you lease it and you get some lease revenue from it, if you decided to go down that path later, this $335,000 comes right off the top of whatever a lessee would pay you, and again, kind of diminishes your returns on it. So with that, the Finance Commission reviewed this analysis and recommended it unanimously. However, the numbers have changed since the Finance Commission saw them. The bank payoff quotes are only good for 9 or 10 days, and each time we get it, they're different. And in this particular case of these 2 loans, the bank had kind of made a mistake with the first round of payoff quotes too, and so they discovered that mistake on the second round.
Not in our favor.
Not in our favor, and you know, it's one of those things, they would have found it anyway. If you read the fine point on the payoff quotes, they say at the very end, notwithstanding anything in this letter, if we discover later on that there was money you owed us under your loan agreement, we're going to come back and ask you for it. So it kind of was going to happen to us either way. But the reason I point that out is Bob Jones, who's the chairman of the Finance Commission, is here. If you want him to speak to that, I haven't taken them back to the Finance Commission, but these numbers, kind of are a little different than what they saw when they recommended
it's still beneficial over time.
Sure, absolutely.
Loans, and we can still apply.
It's not as good as it was a few weeks ago, but still, I think something that's worth pursuing.
And it could get worse again.
Yeah, so it's,
As the Treasury rate drops, if I ask for this number again, the number gets worse again for us, so and it has for the
vote
past
on
few
this
days.
tonight, you can pay it off tomorrow?
Absolutely. These quotes are good through February the 8th, so if you vote to pay off this marina loan tonight, just with a voice vote, we'll transmit this money to the bank and get it paid off February the 8th.
Motion to pay off the marina loan.
Second.
Okay, public comment. Any public comment? Seeing none, Jamie, take roll call, please.
Dr. Zedans?
Yes.
Colonel Young?
Yes.
Councilwoman Moss?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sykes?
Yes.
Mayor Howell?
Yes. And it's kind of the same story for Dodgertown?
The same kind of penalty clause, the same inclusion in the recommendations, the same, cash savings, about a wash on present value. The real reason to pay off the Dodgertown loan is a little different. Because it's in your budget, it saves us about $660,000 a year in 1 cent sales tax revenue that we could use on stormwater, infrastructure, all those problems with the recreation infrastructure that we talked about before. And actually, right now, our budget assumes we are going to pay it off. So if we don't, there's about $660,000 worth of projects each year for the next 5 years that would have to come back out of the budget.
Motion for approval.
Second.
Public comment. Tammy?
Dr. Zedans?
Yes.
Colonel Young?
Yes.
Councilwoman Moss?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sykes?
Yes.
Mayor Howell?
Yes. Cindy, thank you.
Thank you.
Before you leave, I just want to reiterate my concern about what happens when there's a pile of money sitting in our general fund that has not been earmarked. And when we made the decision to sell the post office, we decided we were going to create a fund related to lagoon projects that was going to go into. And then we had other allocations that we came with for the budget. I just wanted to make sure that we've set up reserve funds, and I would ask if there's some type of ability for this city council to make it more difficult. I mean, make it possible if it's really necessary, but make it more difficult for future city councils to go and raid these funds for things other than what was intended. And then I know that there was a large amount of the proceeds actually that we never did designate what they were going to. And I would ask for your input or advice on what we might designate that remaining amount of funds. I think that it would be a good idea that we have just some kind of rainy day reserve funds that if future city council just decides they want to go and spend that money,
on a water park,
it becomes obvious to the public that they're taking money out of a rainy day fund or a reserve fund in order to spend it on some current expense. I'm really concerned that that the minute that any issue comes up and comes before the city council, the first thing that someone is going to say, and we've already heard it multiple times, even before the sale happened, we heard it, and we heard it a lot about the city marina. I understand the need for things at the city marina, but we've heard a lot about just, oh, we have lots of money here, let's just go ahead and spend it. I would like some kind of strategy that we can go through and agree, and that is amenable to us, so that we have at least some kind of protection, so that it looks bad if another city council comes in and just starts raiding money out of there for everyday expenses.
Sure. So if just back on this piece of paper, the recommendation that the city manager and I had made that was endorsed by the Finance Commission was for 4 or 5 fairly critical things with the first round of it, and those were put into your budget.
Right.
And I think you were the one actually during budget workshops that said, on the money we're setting aside to pay down the pension fund and the general fund, let's go ahead and restrict that officially by resolution and put it into reserve and set it aside so that at least can't be raided later on. So as far as what's left over after these recommendations, absolutely, you can adopt a resolution, designate it for a purpose. Now, I will tell you, any future council can amend that resolution.
No, I understand.
But they would have to do it in a public meeting.
Yeah, I want it to be in a way that if they do, we may have hurricanes, may have emergencies, we may have reasons why it's appropriate, but they should be justifying that to the public when they're doing it, and not just spending it out of the general fund. That's just my opinion.
Absolutely. I will tell you, hurricanes are a beautiful example. I'm just going to throw this out there, and we can talk about this at budget season. You know, over the past 4 or 5 years, emergency management, FEMA, DEM, you know, the deal used to be back in the day, you had a hurricane and they got the money flowing. And then, you know, afterwards you sat down and figured out who owed what to who. But at the emergency time, when you needed debris removal, you know, restoration of public facilities, the money came and then you sorted it out later. That entire paradigm has shifted. We are 3 years out from our last hurricane without a single PW. So my point being, we have a $2 million reserve for hurricanes.
Double it.
That's not going to cut it. In an environment where we might have to wait 4 years to get our money back, if we had a serious hurricane, we would need far more money than that, and for immediate needs. And so there's a perfect example.
So can you make a recommendation, can you look through it and make a recommendation as to what our hurricane and disaster fund, you know, it can be a little bit more generic, because I guess there could be other disasters that
We have an
occur.
adopted fund balance policy that designates a disaster reserve that's more than just storms. You can have other kinds of disasters, absolutely. So we could just adjust that amount, for one thing.
All right, well, maybe if you can make a suggestion for that, and there's still other money left in there, and so I guess I'm trying to just come up with,
I agree 100%. Wait, I think what our goal was, the city manager and I, was before we do get into the other things, let's leverage it, first of all, to solve some of the longer-term problems, pay down debt, defray pension costs, perhaps we want to consider some OPEB, and then once we've done those things where it's been put in places that address 20-year problems, then what's left over, we do our best to protect it.
Can we make that part of this year's budget project to decide what the rest of the proceeds, where we're going to designate it and try
how to protect them.
How to protect them from imprudent short-term uses.
Right. Well, somebody just going in and rating and writing a check without just really good cause. So I agree with you.
Unfortunately, the only way to 100% protect it is to put it into a trust fund somewhere.
Yeah,
and we've already...
And you're totally limited.
I know. We've already talked about, you know, setting it aside for pension and OPEB, but those are the only trust funds we have. There's nothing else you can do to prevent a future council from making a different decision,
I don't think we should,
but you can make it harder.
I don't think that's our responsibility to totally restrict, but I do think we do have a responsibility to set it up in a way that if they're not doing something prudent, that it looks obvious to people that they're not being responsible. Right. I mean, and at the same time, even though I like low taxes, you shouldn't just cut the taxes so low and then just spend all that money, and then what happens in the future? I mean, this was an incredible blessing to be able to sell our electric plant and walk away with $50 million or whatever it was. If we sort of plan out and do the right thing with those proceeds, it'll benefit our community for the next 100 years.
Absolutely.
And so we should do that.
Absolutely.
Just real quickly, if we're looking for places to park money, you know, if we took the whole $55 million, we're not going to fix all of our infrastructure in Vero Beach, but we do have disasters like a sewage spill. And so it may be a good idea to put some away for something like that in the future too.
Absolutely.
Sydney is a master at squirreling away.
See me nod my head, yes, we'll protect it, we'll put it here, and we'll put some there. And
Great.
But you're right. I mean, people are lining up the door already, and that includes department directors as well as the outside.
I've been getting that email a few times.
So we'll
Well,
do
how
what
about
we
we
can to
shade it. Okay, great. Thank you, Cindy.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Mr. O'Connor, you're finished, right?
I'm finished.
Thank you.
Unless there's any questions.
None for me. Anyone? No? Okay. Move on to council member matters. I just have one thing to say. Laura Moss and I attended the Purple Heart Canes Indian River Wood Carvers event at the Seal Museum. Was that last weekend or weekend before?
Yeah.
It was, I think it was weekend before last. Anyway, great cause. You know, it really shows a lot of respect for the families and the servicemen and women who wrote a blank check and have gone to battle for on our behalf. Unfortunately, the weather didn't work out so well that day, but you know, they had 60 or 70 canes to hand out, and Lloyd had a lot of funny, he's a funny guy.
He is very funny. Lloyd Lassenby, he's very funny.
He's a very humble man.
Yes. He's very comfortable in his own skin. But it was a nice event. Hopefully, they'll do it again next year, and the weather will work out. But I recommend anybody to attend that event. And those are really all my matters at 10 o'clock at night. So go on, Vice Mayor.
Are you going to be here next meeting or no?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I'll save it. You're up.
Okay. Well, 2 suggestions. Vote on February 26th, Tuesday, or vote by mail, and go to the prom. This Saturday, the Veterans Council, it's a fundraiser at Walking Tree, and it's on their website, all the details, but it's 50s theme, so it should be great. That's it. Thank you.
You get one, Tony.
Tony, you get one.
One thing. If I only have one thing.
Your favorite thing?
I want to make sure that I have the opportunity today, because I don't know for sure if our city manager might be AWOL for the next meeting. I think he'll be at the next meeting, but I'm not going to wait, give him that opportunity. I just want everybody to understand that I've interrogated our city manager on numerous occasions, and the experience that he brings to this community is totally, you can't capture it. I mean, Jim and I discussed his route of march as a city manager across the United States, and include Tennessee and Virginia and Delaware and down here to Florida. He's got 40-plus years of experience, and as I was thinking about this the other day, because I thought tonight was going to be his last night, I was just thinking to myself, this fella has brought an ability to manage a staff, manage the public, manage an irascible city council, okay? And I would just say to Jim, if there was any way that I could prevent you from leaving, I would do so, okay?
Yes.
So that's the compliment I'm going to say, and that's my one thing for tonight, and God bless.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your
Thank you,
comments.
Jim. We love you. We miss you already.
Well, I will tell you on a positive thing, just throw something out, because Val, you had asked me about this. We collected 498.3 tons of debris removal before it went into the waterways around our area. Street sweeper collected 397 tons. Wow. The running stormwater sewers, we collected 25.3 tons. The baffle boxes, 14 tons, and the vacuum truck was 62 tons. So together, over 498 tons were removed before it went into our waterways. But
I was asking about, there was the issue on the beaches with the bacteria, and I was asking about what we were doing to try and prevent things from getting into the river, because one of the ideas, into the river or the ocean, is one of the ideas with this was when you had a big storm, there was stormwater runoff, and that's how it got there. And when we had talked, and it was interesting that some of the best bang for your buck, like the cost to actually remove debris before it gets in, is not where you would think. A lot of it's on the street sweeping, right?
That is correct. And out of all those 4 items, the pollutants removed, street sweepers were 397 tons of the 498.
Yeah. So, and the other question along those lines was, can we, since that's the most cost-effective way of moving debris before it gets in, is there a way to increase that?
And the answer to the question is yes, you could. At one time, we used to have 2 street sweepers. 2 street sweepers are expensive, and you also have to have 2 operators, so you have people for each one of those. And when we were doing the reduction in workforce and all, that was one of the areas that we cut. So,
how often are they running?
It runs every day, 5 days a week. But when you have one, it only can get certain.
And I also think that that like for. I get, and because I forward them to you, I get like comments from people all the time about like things on the bridge or things on the street. And it's not just that we get the debris up, but it's also that our city looks better when you have the street treatment. So maybe we should think about no, seriously, it's both it's a cosmetic and quality of life, but it's also the health of our lagoon. That if we're preventing this more debris from going in there, and that's the most cost-effective way of doing it.
Get Cindy back in here.
No. But I'm just going.
It's too late. She already hid the money.
That was the only time you'll ever hear me at one time during city council say that we should hire another employee. But maybe that's something that we use out of our designated funds that we're talking about the lagoon.
Well, I would recommend you wait till budget time. Because, we've talked about roofs on picnic provisions.
No, I understand. But that's something we might want to think about because
I just want to reinforce really quickly what you're saying. You were so right. And we've been talking about this for years, but aside from the trash, people don't realize what on the roads is actually going into the lagoon. One of the biggest pollutants is asbestos from brake deposits that are, getting into porpoise and causing lesions and everything else. So it helps to remove it.
And I've seen on the bridge, just for example, chlorine, muriatic acid, bleach, and these containers break open and it goes straight down one of these pipes that's meant to relieve water about this long and straight into the lagoon.
Dog mess also.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of people that just shove it in a storm drain when they're walking down the street. You see them with their little brain.
That's awful.
Those bags down in there.
Well, and that's what they were saying, that there was an article, I think it was today, on the front page of the Press Journal about spoil islands and people defecating on there, and that stuff all ends up in the lagoon because the soil is not sufficient for degrading that before it gets in the lagoon. So my only thing, other than that, I'm glad you brought that up because I totally forgot I asked you about that, is just that I really like that we had Live Like Coal here tonight. Their foundation has done now 2 great projects right on our lagoon that people can enjoy. And I just like to recognize those type of organizations where they're doing their own fundraising, they're improving our community without government spending money on taxpayer money on these things, and that includes the dog park people, the youth sailing people, the Vero Beach rowing we had in last week. I'm really excited about what Vero Beach rowing is doing and the fact that Vero Beach will, I'm pretty sure, once they have that up, will become a destination for colleges coming down here in the winter to spend time on a lagoon, and it just looks great. Seeing those sailboats out there, seeing those rowers out there, it really adds to the culture of our community, and I appreciate organizations like that are doing this without the government.
Here.
The dog park will be coming back to you because they've got a very short lease. They would like to have the 20-year as we have on other facilities, which we have no objection, but they're trying to raise another $100,000 to put in that dog park this year. And if you go out there, it's unbelievable what they've done, and they don't go half-stepping. Just look at the handicapped parking spaces and what they did, which really do look good, and the water's absorbed in there, and it's just an attractive park.
Maybe they could do a concession in the River House.
And the meeting's adjourned.
Are we done? We are done. Okay.
At 10 o'clock.
10:03.